Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Director of Fakultas Islam Malang, the Dean of FEB Unisma, and also all the keynotes, all the co-hosts and invitees. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for all the leaders of Unisma and also the host and co-host of this conference, and also the keynote speaker for this session. Now is heading to the seats, Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, Dean of FEB Unisma, one of the keynotes, Prof. Rangga Handika, coming here on site, and of course respectable co-hosts, or invitees, and participants, presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Well, for your information, ladies and gentlemen, all the invitees for today's sessions, we have keynote speakers from various countries. The first is Professor Rangga Handika, and now he's teaching in Japan. And Professor Theo Vermeulen, Professor Chotibak, and Dr. Wahyu Jatmiko, and also Associate Professor Paul Lesbiger. And also, this conference is supported by co-hosts. The first is from Universitas Islam Lamongan, and via Universitas Islam Malang, and also Machung University, and Universitas Wahid Hashim, and Universitas Nasional Jakarta, and also Universitas Pelita Bangsa. And one of the special moments also, this conference is attended by the deans from Faculty of Economic and Business in the Nahdlatul Ulama environment, and they have come here since yesterday and also joining this conference, of course, from the morning till the end of the sessions. The agenda will be begun with the opening ceremony, followed by plenary sessions and parallel sessions. It will be take around since this morning to the afternoon. So we are very lucky because today the speakers come from USA, Japan, Australia, okay, and France. Yeah. So and of course, for your information, the participants joining this conference is from 11 countries. So it's really amazing. And of course, we can get a lot of insight from this conference, both from the presenters and also participants. And of course, we are on behalf of Faculty of Economic and Business and the host of this conference, would like to appreciate and thanks from the attendance of Director of Universitas Islam Malang, Professor Dr. Andes Haji Junedi, MPD PhD, who is already coming to this hall. And of course, also we have some lectures of FEB Unisma, and the students also joining the program.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Economic, Business and Social Sciences. Hamdanillah wa syukurillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah amma ba'du.
The Honorable, our keynote speakers today, Professor Theo Vermeulen, Professor Jotibek Pep Joti Kastira, Professor Rangga Handika, Dr. Wahyu Jatmiko, Associate Professor Paul Lachiger, His Excellency Rector of Unisma, Professor Haji Junaidi, MPD PhD, His Excellency Dean of Economics and Business Faculty Unisma, Afifuddin SA, MSA, AK, CAP, CBV, and the Honorable co-host of this conference, the Dean of FIA Unisma, Rector of Universitas Islam Lamongan, Dean of Universitas Machung, Dean of Universitas Wahid Hashim, Dean of Universitas Nasional Jakarta, Dean of Universitas Pelita Bangsa,
And respectable all the deans from Faculty of Economics and Business and Associations who is coming to these sessions, and also respectable all speakers, participants, or audience who is joining on site and online all over the world. Praise be to Allah who has given us all His mighty and blessing so that we can gather in this international conference. May salawat and salam always be upon for our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is guided from the dark era to the light of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this program, let's kick off by reciting praying. For the non-Muslim, please recite praying based on your belief, and from the Muslim, let's recite by Fatiha. Ala hadihi niyah wa ala kulli niyatin salihah, al-Fatiha.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on our program is the singing of Indonesia's national anthem, followed by March Subanul Waton. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Jangan الإيمان ولا تكن من الحرمان انهضوا على الوطن يا للوطن يا للوطن يا للوطن حب الوطن من الإيمان ولا تكن من الحرمان انهضوا على الوطن Indonesia بلادي أنت عنوان الفخامة كل من يأتيك يوم قومي حيا القومامة كل من يأتيك يوم قومي حيا القومامة Jaga hati wahai tanah airku Cintamu dalam imanku Jangan halangkan nasibmu Bangkitlah hai bangsaku Jaga hati wahai tanah airku Cintamu dalam imanku Jangan halangkan nasibmu Bangkitlah hai bangsaku Indonesia negeriku Engkau panji martabatku Siapa datang mengancammu Kan binasa di bawah tulimu Siapa datang mengancammu Kan binasa di bawah tulimu
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, let's recite Solawat Nuril Anwar, seeking his intercession and blessing upon us all.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala nuril anwar wa sirril asrari wa tiryaqil awyar wa miftahi babil yasari sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadinil Mukhtar wa alihil adhari wa ashabihil akhyar adada ni'amillahi wa ifdali adada ni'amillahi wa ifdali. Thank you. And we appreciate for the attendance former deans of FEB Unisma, who is coming here, Associate Professor Masliha, SMSAK, and also Associate Professor Dr. Nurina, SMSA, MSE. Thank you for attending this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special performance from students of FEB Unisma, special performance given for this conference. We have a nice title for this conference, which is Global Opportunity for Sustainable Economics, Digital Transformation, and Human Development for Responsible Innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the performance from FEB Unisma. Please give a round of applause for the dance performance. Okay, they are students of FEB Unisma on behalf of the host of this conference, so giving a great performance for all the audience.
Distinguished invited, we now have the privilege of welcoming remarks from the esteemed host of this conference, Mr. Afifuddin S.A. MSA aka CAP CBV, the Dean of Economics and Business Faculty at Unisma. Mr. Afifuddin, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah tasyakur binimatillah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'dah. Yang saya hormati Bapak Rektor Universitas Islam Malang, Profesor Dr. Andes Junaidi, MPD PhD. Yang saya hormati para keynote, ada 5 keynote speak yang berasal dari Australia, dari Amerika, dari Perancis, dan utamanya adalah yang hadir secara offline di hadapan kita adalah yang hadir dari Tokyo, Jepang, Profesor Rangga. Terima kasih kehadirannya, Prof. Yang saya hormati para co-host, ada 6 co-host, alhamdulillah hadir secara offline. Ada Dekan FEB Macung, selamat datang di FEB, di konferen ini. Ini juga hadir dari Dekan FEB Unwahas Semarang. Ada juga datang dari FEB Unisla Lamongan. Yang hadir secara online co-host adalah dari Universitas Nasional Jakarta. Yang kedua dari Universitas Pelita Bangsa Jakarta. Dan Bapak Ibu peserta konferen pada pagi hari ini. Perlu kami sampaikan, konferen pada pagi hari ini adalah merupakan satu konferen yang telah digagas, telah dilakukan di FEB Unisma semenjak tahun 2017. Maka pada konferen pagi hari ini telah masuk yang ke-5. Alhamdulillah paper yang akan kita presentasikan pada konferen pagi ini adalah ada 110 paper dari 5 benua, dari 13 negara. Ini merupakan satu hal yang sangat baik untuk kita syukuri bersama. Tentunya lewat forum konferen pada pagi ini bisa dijadikan satu wadah untuk terus bertukar dalam konteks sains maupun knowledge, perkembangan dinamika yang terus berkembang. Sekali lagi kami atas nama pimpinan FEB Unisma sekaligus panitia mengucapkan selamat datang dan ucapan terima kasih atas kerjasama yang telah dibangun dengan FEB Unisma baik dalam berbagai kegiatan. Kegiatan ini juga kemarin diawali dengan satu kegiatan dengan AFEBNU, kita melakukan muktamar yang pertama sekaligus melakukan berbagai kegiatan-kegiatan yang ada. Terima kasih dan kami mohon berkenan Pak Rektor untuk membuka konferen pada pagi ini. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the welcoming remarks from the Associate Professor Afidin SA MSAK. Well, ladies and gentlemen, respectable speakers, the next is welcoming opening remarks from the Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, who always support us to do international activity. Okay, as the motto of his jargon, terbang melesat or fly high. So FEB Unisma now becoming the host and implementing this jargon. We want to fly high as a host and a co-host for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause, Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Juendi, MPD, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azim sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad amma ba'd. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable keynote speakers of today's conference, Professor Khotibah Jati Hastira from Edwin L. Cox School of Business at Southern Methodical University, USA, the Honorable Paul Lachshijir, PhD from Monash University, Australia, the Honorable Professor Theo Vermaelen from France, and the Honorable Wahyu Jatmiko, PhD from University of Southampton, UK, who are joining us via online. And also the Honorable Professor Rangga Handika from Tokyo International University, Japan, who is joining our international conference on site. So he is here with us now. The respectable deans of the co-host universities, including the Dean of the Faculty of Administration Sciences of UNISMA, the Dean of the Faculty of Economy, Unisla Lamongan, and I think our director is coming this morning with us, Bapak Dr. Abdul Ghafur, and also the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of National Indonesia, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Machung University, Malang, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Wahid Hasim University, East Java, Indonesia, and the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Pelita Bangsa University, Indonesia. And also the deans who are jointly gathered in the associations of Faculty of Economics and Business of Nahdlatul Ulama Universities, who are jointly gathered in the AFEPNU. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, presenters, and also organizers. Of course, the host of today's international conference, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business of Unisma Malang, Bapak Afifuddin, SAMAK, and also vice deans, all the head of departments within the faculty. First of all, let's thank to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Almighty, who has granted us with His blessings and mercy, so that today we can get together in this place in order to improve our knowledge, our capacities, our competencies in the field of economics, business, and social sciences through an international conference called ICEBUS. And this is already the 5th one carried out by Faculty of Economics and Business of UNISMA. Shalawat and salam should also go to the Prophet of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us with Ad-Dinul Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, and also the former deans of the Faculty of Economics and Business of UNISMA, we have 2 former deans who are coming today, Bu Diana, Nur Diana, and also Bu Maslihah. Sorry, okay, welcome to this conference. As the leader of UNISMA, I would like to appreciate and congratulate all members of the Faculty of Economics and Business of UNISMA, and also the deans of all co-host universities who have jointly carried out this conference today. As reported by the dean, today's conference is participated by 5 plenary speakers coming from US, Australia, Japan, France, and United Kingdom. And also there will be 110 papers to be presented in the parallel sessions. I think that's a huge number of articles to be presented. Give applause to the committee of the conference. Then, in this kind of conference, there is one thing that we need to consider, that about how to publish the articles, because we don't want the articles to be read and known only by the participants, but we do hope that all articles are read and learned, studied by any readers around the world. That's why the article should be published either in the form of article or conference proceedings, or in the form of scientific journals, so we can publish in the scientific journals. That's why we suggest that the organizing committee to cooperate with the management of scientific journals for the publications of the articles. Today's conference is already the 5th one. The dean just reported that it was started in 2017. 2017 yang pertama, insyaallah diawali during the period of Ibu Dr. Nur Diana. Was that right? The first ICEBUS conference itu diinisiasi zamannya Bu Dr. Nur Diana. Okay, thank you very much for the initiations of this conference. Nah, dengan pelaksanaan yang kelima ini, because we have already carried out 5 times, maka we are expecting that improvements take place at every conferences. Peningkatan penyelenggaraan kita harapkan terus ada, baik dari sisi the variety of the plenary speakers, the variety of the parallel speakers, and also the the publications of the articles. Kita harapkan ada peningkatan-peningkatan seperti itu. Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, Unisma as one of the Nahdlatul Ulama universities, and I think Unisma is still the top university within the NO organizations, is now trying to develop internationally. Unisma sekarang sedang berkembang menuju arah internasionalisasi. In this case, we carry two taglines. Kita membawa two taglines. The first one, probably stated somewhere, mengatakan Unisma dari NO untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia. That's the first tagline untuk menegaskan jati diri kita. To strengthen our identity that we were born from Nahdlatul Ulama. That's why Unisma is one of the top Nahdlatul Ulama universities. Yang kedua, yang kedua, the second one, untuk mewujudkan cita-cita dari pendiri, the ideals of the founding fathers of Unisma is that they wanted to have a university which is independent, which is developed not only at the national level but also at the international level. Para pendiri berharap Unisma tumbuh berkembang menjadi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri sekaligus berkelas bukan hanya nasional tetapi juga internasional. Oleh karena itu, then we add another tagline on the first one, topping on the first one, yaitu bahwa Unisma terbang melesat menuju world class university. Sebagai perguruan tinggi which is expected to be at the international level, maka such an activity as we have today is very highly appreciated. Kegiatan seperti yang kita harapkan kita laksanakan hari ini sangat kita apresiasi dalam rangka menerbangkan Unisma menuju world class university. Oleh karena itu, teman-teman baik dari Faculty of Economics and Business maupun juga dari Faculty of Administrative Sciences via Unisma, pergunakanlah kesempatan kali ini to have better communications, better collaborations dengan universities asal dari the 5 plenary speakers ini. Bangun hubungan dengan Edwin L. Cox School of Business di USA, dengan Monash University, dengan Tokyo International University, dan juga dengan University of Southampton in United Kingdom, supaya keberadaan kita dikenal oleh mereka. They know us. Gitu ya. Setelah they know us, and then we can have such kind of collaborative research, joint publications, dan sebagainya. Dengan kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi internasional itu, maka publikasi-publikasi yang dimiliki oleh dosen-dosen kita akan lebih banyak bisa menembus level internasional, insya Allah. Oleh karena itu, sebagai pimpinan Unisma, as the leader of Unisma, we really support this kind of conference, the 5th ICEBUS conference. Maka dengan itu, dengan memohon ridha Allah Subhanahu wa taala, sekaligus by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the 5th International Conference on Business Economics, Business and Social Sciences, carried out by Faculty of Economics and Business of Unisma and co-hosted by Faculty of Administrative Sciences Unisma, Faculty of Economics Unisla Lamongan, Faculty of Economics and Business National University Indonesia, Faculty of Economics and Business Machung University, Faculty of Economics and Business Wahid Hasim University, and Faculty of Economics and Business Pelita Bangsa University is now officially open. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference and good luck everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the great remarks, and we invite the rector to come to the front of the stage, and we invite the Dean of FEB Unisma as a host, and also the keynote speaker, Professor Rangga Handika, to come forward, and all the co-hosts for this conference. Please kindly, the representative of the co-host, please come forward.
All the co-hosts, please to come forward. The Dean of FEB Unisma, the Rector of Universitas Islam Lamongan, and the Dean of Fakultas Ekonomi and Bisnis Universitas Machung, the Dean of Universitas Wahid Hasim, Fakultas Ekonomi and Business.
Okay, for the opening ceremony, we hope that the rector will put the hands on the screen, TV screen, and also the dean. Ya, kami mohon Bapak Dekan dan Pak Rektor untuk meletakkan tangan di screen yang telah disediakan, didampingi oleh seluruh co-host. Oke, MC akan menghitung, hitungan mundur. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to count down for this official opening ceremony. Okay, touch first to the screen. Please kindly touch the screen now. Tolong disentuh saat ini sekarang, Bapak. Habis ini kita akan hitung. Okay, so we are going to count down. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, that was the ceremony of the opening. Thank you. The next is a photo session. First, but giving book chapter first. We invite the Dean of FEB Unisma as a host, giving the book chapter to the Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Junedi MPD PhD. Well, this is the content of the papers submitted to this international conference. Okay, thank you so much, and was accepted by the rector. The next is given to the speaker attending to this event, Professor Rangga Handika from Tokyo International University, Japan. And the next is giving certificate for all the co-hosts. The first for the Administrative Science, Universitas Islam Malang. Okay, followed by the next co-host. Okay, and the next is also giving to the next co-host standing on site for this session. This is from Masum University. Okay, thank you, and continue by the photo session. We invite all the invitees, okay, to come forward to have a photo session together. And we invite all the AFEF new deans to come forward also to have a photo session. Okay. Head of Department and Secretary of Department of FEB, please come forward for the photo session. Okay, we take a formal photo first. Foto formal terlebih dahulu. Kita hitung 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Next is terbang melesat. Pose ya, pose terbang melesat. Oke. 3, 2, 1. 3. Okay, thank you very much, and we allow all the host and co-host and the director to say hello to the camera. Okay, moving from the left side of the stage. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please give round of applause for this ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, and we allow all the host, co-host, director, and the invitees to come back to your seat. Okay, once more we are on behalf of the host express the gratitude and appreciation for the attendance and the participation for all the co-hosts and AFEPNU for this conference. Okay, next we are going to give also show the certificate given to the co-host online on screen. Okay, we kindly. Okay, this is
the co-host online. This is the Dean of Fakultas Ekonomi and Bisnis from Universitas Nasional Jakarta.
Thank you very much for the participation and the support. Thank you so much. And the next is given
And
to
the next of the Dean of Fakultas Ekonomi and Bisnis, Universitas Pelita Bangsa.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this is given to another co-host, FEB Universitas Pelita Bangsa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony for this 5th International Conference on Economic, Business, and Social Science, hosted by FEB Unisma. And the next, we are going to the next session, which is the plenary sessions. And it will be guided by one of the good moderator, of course, one of our lecturer studying in Taiwan.
Please welcome Mrs. Rahmawati to moderator for the plenary session today.
Okay, thank you MC. Good morning everyone. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. little bit nervous, I think, because it's been a long time since I standing here. Agak dredeg ya, lama nggak naik panggung. Okay, good morning for the distinguished guests, respected keynote speakers, and then fellow researcher, and then participants around the world. On behalf of the organizing committee for the 5th International Conference on Economics, Business, and Social Science, please give a round of applause. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rahmawati. I will be serving as the moderator today. It will be my honor standing here. Okay, and then we have two plenary sessions today. First in the morning, and then the second one after 1 p.m. So for the first session, we have three keynote speakers. One is Professor Chotibak Jodikastira from Southern Methodist University, and then the second one is Professor Rangga Handika from Tokyo International University, Japan, and then the third one is Professor Paul Lasbygers from Monash University, Australia. Okay, for the offline keynote speakers, we will invite Professor Rangga Handika from Tokyo International University. Please come to the stage. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, Prof. Rangga, to come to Indonesia. Okay, for the first, the turn will be from Professor Chotibak Jodikastira as a professor on Huffington Chair in Finance at Southern Methodist University. His research interest is regarding to the finance and industrial organizations, institutional investors, market frictions, and their mutual rules to determining asset prices as well as corporate behaviors. Hello, Prof. Pap. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.
It's been a long time, right? You come to Indonesia.
Been a while.
Do you still remember?
Yes, it has been almost 10 years now since I last
But you look like still young, I think.
went there.
Even 10 years ago. Okay, Prof. Pap. Today we will deliver the material regarding to risk management, product offerings, and consumer surplus evidence from the insurance industry, right? Yes, your topic for your material today. Okay, do you want to share screen by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, time is yours.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you about my research today. So the title of the project that I'm going to be speaking about today is Risk Management, Product Offerings, and Consumer Surplus, Evidence from the Insurance Industry. And this is my new project with a few co-authors here, Cameron Ellis at University of Iowa, Andrew Ilul at Indiana University, and Jianren Su at University of North Texas. Okay. Okay. All right. So we are motivated by the idea that risk is an integral part of doing business, right? So you wake up in the morning, you try to get something done, and along the way, you always exposed to different levels, different types of risk. Prior research has focused on how firms or how financial institutions constrain, asset side risk-taking activities, focusing on different pieces of the overall risk management paradigm. For example, a few papers focus on, the effect of tightening risk limits on, trading desks, on firms, activities, for example. Some other papers look at, what if we, build more capital buffers? How would that affect firms, activities? And some other people focus on hedging, right? What if we change the hedging practices? How would firm respond? Okay. So in this paper, we're going to explore a slightly different channel. So instead of focusing on the asset side of the balance sheet of a firm, we're going to be focusing on the liability side. We're going to look at product design. And products are important because in many situations, especially for financial institutions, these products stay on the balance sheet of financial institutions for a long time as liabilities. And these exposures to liabilities could involve a lot of risk that could, potentially affect or damage the institutions. In addition, most of these institutions manage assets and liabilities together, and hence, exposures to liability risk could also affect the risk on the asset side as well. So despite the interconnectedness, right, among different units and both the assets and liability sides of financial institutions, firms historically manage risk typically separately within silos, right? If you think about Basel II, for example, right? Not Basel III, but Basel II, right? Which was, in effect just about 15, 16 years ago, right? So Basel II measure risk separately for banking book, for trading book, right? For market risk, for credit risk, so on and so forth, right? There's no, sort of aggregation of these different risks across the entire bank, right? And this is true for many, firms as well, right? In general, they typically focus on, just a few pieces of risk, and they typically manage this risk within individual business units. Okay, so this approach, right, typically overlooks interdependencies among different business units. It ignores, right, non-financial risk and other frictions that may amplify the effects of a realization of risk. For example, managers could be myopic and hence, take excessive risk without knowing they're doing so. Or, some compensation scheme may induce managers to, focus more on the upside and ignore risk management, for example, right? In addition, there are a lot of strategic interactions among firms within the overall market. In the case of banks or insurance companies, within the financial system, right? And if one firm fails, right, it could have domino effect on some other firms, creating some sort of systemic crisis throughout the system. And so enterprise-wide risk management is designed to correct, right, these shortcomings of traditional, silo-based risk management practice. So what is enterprise-wide risk management? Okay, so although a lot of things in this thing, but the idea, and to start with a quote from the SEC Chair Mary Chodes, is that a comprehensive approach, right, to enterprise-wide risk management is very important for several reasons. So, and without a commitment to good governance and risk management, right, silos can form, right, and the interdependence among risk categories can be overlooked. Okay, so the idea of enterprise-wide risk management, as the name would say it, right, is that we should, look across everything, across business units, across different types of risk for the entire organization. And we should take the top view, right, look from the top, right, and aggregate everything and manage everything together. And it should also be coupled with good governance, right, that set the tone of how important risk management is from the very top of the organization, right? And this is exactly what we're trying to see, right? How this idea of enterprise-wide risk management, if implemented in a bank or an insurance company, could affect their product offering decision or their pricing decision, and in turn, how these changes in products and prices could affect consumers in the market. Okay, so the challenge that we're going to try to overcome in this paper is the following: that the adoption of risk management is often endogenous, right? Firms that care more about risk are more likely to adopt, good risk management practice or strategy, right? And at the same time, firms that care more about risk could design, their products in a certain way. And hence, it might not really be that risk management affects the product decisions, but rather both could be driven by, some sort of culture or some sort of risk aversion at the firm level, right? And so in order to break this endogeneity issue, we exploit a staggered rollout of own risk and solvency assessment, or OSA model law at the US state level for the insurance industry, right? And that's why we're focusing on the insurance industry, because this is where this particular model law has been implemented throughout, okay? So the idea is that OSA mandates enterprise-wide risk management for insurance companies with explicit verifiable requirements, right? And it is also, under the oversight of insurance regulators at different states, right? And so hence we're gonna have very high degree and very stringent risk management being imposed on insurance companies. But on top of that, right, because OSA is implemented at different time points across different states, right? And that allow us to sort of identify, how, the states that already implemented OSA versus states that haven't yet implemented OSA, how, their behaviors are different, right? And we can therefore identify the effects of OSA on product offerings, okay? All right, so now, of course, insurance companies offer many different products, but we're going to be focusing on annuities. The reason is that annuities are, very important for households, right? Because in the U.S., I'm not sure in Indonesia, but in the U.S., the retirement system used to have pensions as the main, providers of retirement benefits, but pensions have been, sort of on the go, right? So they have been phased out over time. And so now most US savers, right, as they save towards retirement, they rely on some sort of, either, kind of like a 401k type of plans, right? The contribution type, not the benefit type plans, right? And also using these sort of insurance products. And also, these annuities also, from the insurance company's perspective, they represent a huge part of insurance companies' revenues as well as liabilities. They actually account for over 70% of that business, right? Now, among annuities, there are basically 2 or 3 main types. The first type is what we call fixed annuities. And these are, very traditional, right? Just basically, you put the money, it's almost like it's kind of like a deposit product, right? You put money with the insurance companies and they kind of pay you a certain amount, fixed amount over time, okay? Second, which has become more and more popular in the last, maybe 20, 30 years or so, that is linked to the pensions that used to be provided, is a traditional variable annuities or TVAs. So these TVAs are important, right? The amount outstanding is about $2 trillion as of 2022, and they account for 35% of insurance companies' total liabilities. Now, but what is interesting about TVAs is that they often offer, along with benefit riders that we call guarantees. And these guarantees basically, provide some sort of a minimum return, right, that the policyholders could get, similar to some sort of out-of-the-money put option that have very, very long life often until death of the policyholders. Okay. And then a more recent group of products that in very recent years, right? So in the last 10 years or so have been very popular and now rivaling TVAs is what we call registered index-linked annuities or RILAs. So RILAs are considered like sort of new innovative products, right? That sort of like provide some benefits of the TVAs in the sense that they have a little bit of a downside protection, but they're not the complete protection, right? Typically, it provides a little bit of buffer, for a few dollars of losses or something like that, in exchange for some sort of upside participation, right? But from the perspective of insurance companies, these products are much less risky, right? Because it doesn't, create some sort of almost unlimited liabilities if, the overall stock market is tanking, for example. And, in 2023, for the first time, the sales of RILAs, right, exceeded those of traditional variable annuities, right? And so RILAs have become more and more important as we go. Now, why is it that we find RILAs and TVAs interesting, right? So these pictures show you that, when you combine, right, from the perspective of insurance companies, RILAs and TVA together, right, insurance companies can have some sort of natural hedge and that can be quite safe, right? So the red line here shows you the put option or the guarantee that insurance companies typically provide along with the TVA contracts, right? And you can see in the red line here that if the market is going down in a big way, right, insurance company could lose unlimited amounts of money. On the other hand, right, you can think about RILAs. So RILAs has a little bit of protection that insurance companies provide to investors. But if the market is going down more than that protection level, right, then investors are actually going to be bearing the loss, right? Insurance company actually is going to get that upside, right? So if the market is going down a lot, investors are the one who bear the loss, not the insurance companies, and hence insurance companies is going to get, the return from these policyholders. On the other hand, in order to get this downside protection from the policyholders, insurance companies have to give up, right, return on the upside. Right, so that means that if the market is going up, the investors will, get return from insurance companies, right? And so if you combine, RILAs in the blue line, right, with the traditional guarantees that come with TVAs in the red line, you can see that the combined payoff, which is the green line here, right, looked almost flat, right? Meaning that, the profitability of insurance companies is not going to go up or down so much with the change in the stock market, for example. Okay, so this is the idea that we try to bring to bear by looking at whether or not, the implementation of OSA or enterprise-wide risk management is going to induce this type of hedging that help create some sort of safer environment for the insurance companies. Okay. Now, let me explain why we think that enterprise-wide risk management could affect the annuity market, right? So first, firm-wide stress testing is part of the requirement, just like, Basel III, right? So also requires that insurance companies also implement firm-wide stress tests, right? And assess the capital adequacy under very highly extreme stress scenario, right? Now, this is a very stringent requirement because then it will bring to bear, right, some sort of weakness in that business, right? So if, they lose so much money in the very extreme scenarios, then, this type of exercise is going to highlight that, right? And that's going to bring some sort of more awareness into, the real cost of the real risk of the products that they offer, okay? Second, it also compels insurance company to actually look at, different business units together as a big portfolio, right? And try to seek these natural hedges across these different units, these different products, right? And as I showed you before, the TVAs and RILAs tend to offset each other, right? And hence, it will give insurance companies incentives to, underwrite both type of products to keep them in balance, to provide natural hedge and to reduce risk at the company-wide level, right? And so, however, with these risk awareness and hedging incentives that this enterprise-wide risk management provide, right? If these affect the decision to offer or not offer different products, right? These decisions could in turn affect the consumers that basically consume and derive utility from these products, right? So we're going to try to look at this tension between the safety that risk management provides against the utilities and the surplus and the benefits, right, that the products that may be risky could provide to consumers, okay? All right, so just to give you a quick preview of the results, and I probably don't have much time, I don't want to delay you even further, so let me just a very quick review. So we use a reduced form, right, a stacker DID to identify the effect of ORSA adoption. We show that, after the implementation of ORSA ERM mandate, insurers reduce the offering of TVA products by about 36 percentage points. They expand the offering of RILAs by 18 percentage points, and they don't really change too much the offering of fixed annuities products. Now, within TVAs, right, the benefits that they typically offer become much less risky than before, right? So all those lifetime guarantees that are very risky, but that, consumers actually like a lot, actually fall by 20 percentage point, right? And finally, of all these remaining lifetime guarantees that's still offered, the fees for these guarantees also increase by about 8.4 basis points. So overall, you can see that insurance companies cut down on the riskiest products, right? Offer the products that provide natural hedges, and then also raise prices on the remaining products. Okay, all right. So next, we sketch a model, right? So it's a very interesting model. So we have both demand and supply, and we have market equilibrium. On the demand side, we use a BLP type model to assess how consumers prefer different features of these different saving products. So we estimate the elasticity of demand for consumers across different features of the saving products. And then on the supply side, we have a firm trying to maximize profits, right? Where the marginal costs come from, different risks that they're taking, right? And then after ORSA, right, this perception about risk could change, right? And that could affect the marginal cost of the products that they provide. So coupled with, with the demand and the supply together, then we assess, right, the channel through which, ERM affects the product decision of companies. So what we find is the following. We find that, after ERMs, right, it appears that, insurance companies realize that the guarantee are riskier than they originally thought, right? The cost of providing guarantee are higher than before, right? So our model indicates that before ERM, insurance companies perceive the cost of being about 90% of the true cost, right? And hence after, ERM, the cost basically rise by about 10% or so. Second, before ERM, right, it seems that insurance companies do not fully appreciate, right, the natural hedge that is provided by realize, right, to the guarantees that come with the TBA that they offer. Okay, so on average, only about 50% of these benefits are recognized, right? So after ASA, a lot of these natural hedges are more encouraged, and they like to engage more in writing realize, right? And finally, we assess the effect of natural hedges, and we find that the cost would have increased even more, maybe 2 or 3% more, if they don't use this natural hedging at all. Okay. Now, of course, with this increase in marginal cost, we find that firms would not offer some products that are too costly, right? They try to offer more of realize that provide natural hedge. We find that they offer less of these lifetime guarantee benefits, and they charge higher fees on the remaining products. And so these have a huge impact on consumers, right? And because of these product offerings that change, right, consumers actually experience 60% decline in surplus, right, amount to about $7 to $11 billion annually. And this is driven primarily by the lost product variety and the higher fees that they have to pay. Okay, all right, so that's the gist of our paper, and I will try to finish in about 5-10 minutes from here. All right, so I'm gonna skip these introductory slides to save time, right? And I'm just gonna go right into ASA mandate. So the ASA is a new regulatory framework that was introduced in around 2012, 2013 or so, and then rolled out at different time points across different states in the US. Okay, so it basically mandates enterprise-wide risk management for insurers. It is a self-assessment paradigm, right? In the sense that it asks insurance companies to self-assess their risk and solvency. However, the state regulator could provide input in terms of the parameters of, a stress testing. For example, what kind of scenarios they should be looking at when they perform stress test. Okay, and the results of all of these have to be certified by the chief risk officer and the board of the company and submitted as a report to, the regulator. Okay. And they have to maintain all this documentation and so on and so forth, and then try to sketch contingency plans in the event that, something bad could happen, right? So with all of these together, ERM provide a highly stringent form of enterprise-wide risk management. It's not just about, trying to manage risk as they want to, and cut corners here and there because they're being watched by the state regulators, right? And everything, has to be fully documented. And hence, insurance companies take this mandate very seriously, and they have to do well in order to pass the stress test, right? And so in the US, insurance is regulated at the state level, and hence, we have this natural sort of staggering adoption of ERM, which helps us to identify the effects on insurance companies. Okay? All right, so the data sources are standard in this literature, and so I'm gonna skip, right? So first, I'm gonna talk about the difference in different results of our analysis. So we conduct a difference in difference this way, right? So first we look at insurance companies pre-ASA, okay? And then we estimate, the outcome variables as a function of, different things, right? Pre-ASA. And then we use this model, this estimate, to predict what the insurance companies would look like after ASA. And then we compare this predicted outcome to the actual outcome that is treated because of ASA. And then we try to explain this difference to see if it's related to the implementation of ASA. Okay? All right, so this is what we find. Okay? So in the first column, right, we look at a panel of contracts, right? So it's a contract quarter panel, right? So every quarter, we look at all the contracts, all the products that are offered, okay? And then we ask whether or not they are being offered or not, right? So the outcome is 0 or 1. If they're being offered, the outcome variable is going to be 1. If they're not being offered, is 0, right? So you can see that if the contract is a traditional variable annuity, after the implementation of ASA, right, they are about 36% less likely of being offered, right? So insurance companies do cut down the offering of traditional variable annuities, okay? If the products are fixed annuity, you don't see a significant change in the probability of being offered. If the products are RILAs, right, index-linked annuities, then we see the 18% higher chance of being offered, right? So it looks like from the first column, insurance companies are shifting, right, trying to shift the demand from, the TVA, traditional variable annuity contracts, into the RILAs, or registered index-linked annuities, okay? Now, in the second column, we look within the TVA, right? And we look at the benefit riders that are offered. So when when a consumer buys, right, this TVA product, they can choose what benefit they want to add on top of the product, right? And many of these benefits provide lifetime, guarantees of return. And so as a result, very risky for the insurance companies, okay? So what we find is the following, that following the implementation of ASA, the benefits that look like lifetime guarantees are less likely, about 20% less likely of being offered, right? But the benefits that are non-lifetime guarantee remain about the same, okay? And finally, we look at the fee, right? The fees for, the benefit riders that remain, right? Both for the lifetime and non-lifetime guarantees. And we see that after ASA, the fees for the lifetime guarantees increase by about 8.4 basis points, okay? So altogether, it seems that, ASA, or enterprise-wide risk management mandate, seem to, gear insurance companies towards offering products that are less risky to them, cutting down on products that are more risky to them, and try to seek some sort of a natural hedge between these products, okay? Right. So if you look at, the year-by-year change, right? So you can see here that, this is event time, right? The vertical line here, that after ASA, right, you see the TVAs are being cut down, right? The green line shows that the RILAs are being increased, right? And as you move more and more further away from the event, more and more of these RILA products have been introduced, okay? And then, if you look at the benefit offerings, right? So the blue line here shows you the non-lifetime guarantees remain about the same, but you see that all these lifetime guarantee benefits have been cut significantly, right? And then similarly with the fees, you can see that the fees for the non-lifetime guarantee benefits, remain about the same or decrease a little bit 3 years later, but the fees for the lifetime guarantees increase significantly, okay? So overall, results seem to confirm, right, what we suspect might be the effect of risk management. So now we also look in the cross-section among insurance companies that are affected by this regulation, right, who respond more strongly than others. What we find is that companies that already have relatively good risk management before the mandate was implemented, right, tend to respond less strongly compared to companies that didn't have good risk management before, okay? All right, so the next question we want to ask is, what exactly are the channels through which these effects arise, right? and how large is each of these channels. Okay, so in order to do that, we have to sketch a structural model. Okay, we need to sketch a structural model because we need to be able to turn on and off different components of different channels, different components of the mandate, right, of the risk management regime. Okay. So the assumption we make is that OSA doesn't affect the product demands, right? So consumers have the same taste as before. If they prefer guarantee, they still prefer guarantees, okay? And of course, the higher the price, the less they would buy the products, right? A typical, downward sloping demand curve, okay? On the supply side, right, we have a profit maximization firm, right? Profit maximizing firms. And we look at, the decision of these firms, right, given the cost that they have to pay in order to offer these products, right? And then we estimate this within the system using the data we have, okay? So this is the function, right? So first we sketch the true cost of providing a product as a function of guarantee, right? So if you provide guarantee, then the cost is higher, right? If you provide the roll up, give you like how generous your guarantee is. So the more generous, the more expensive the cost, right? The next term here, look at the hedging between non-TVA and TVA, right? So this allow, the offering of like RELAs to offset the cost of the TVAs, for example, right? And it is a bunch of controls and fixed effects, right? And so, however, insurance companies may not always know these true costs, right? Pre-OSA, we assume that they might have perceived costs to be something different, right? So the first parameter we have to estimate is how much of the total cost they perceive, right, pre-OSA. So we scale the cost of the guarantee by a parameter alpha, okay? We also scale the recognition of the natural hedging that come from non-TVA products by another parameter alpha 2, right? And we're going to estimate both of these parameters when we estimate the structural model. Okay. Now, on the supply side, you can see that, there was a cost function, right, that I showed you. And then once you plug in this cost function, then the company will set price, right, given the cost that they realize in order to maximize this profit, right? And the profit will depend on, how much they can sell these products, right? And the profit for each of these products, okay? Now, the first order conditions you can see here, right, it's going to be a function of both cost, right, and price. And so we observe the price and we're going to infer the cost by looking at the sales that are realized, okay? All right, so on the demand side, we're going to sketch a typical logistic type model that we call BLP model, right? Following Berry et al., 1995, right? So consumers are heterogeneous. They have some sort of average demand that depends on features of the products being offered, right? Plus something idiosyncratic specific to a particular consumer, right? And then, they're going to be, importantly, right, they like guarantee, they like the more generous guarantee, but they hate price, right? The higher the price, the less the demand overall. The more guarantee, the more roll up, the more demand that you will have, right? And so we estimate all of these together in a system, right? And this is what we find, okay? So we find that, if on the supply side, if companies write more non-TVA products, it helps to decrease the cost of providing TVA, okay? Second, if the TVA also has life guarantee, the costs are going to be higher. This is positive, right? And if the TVA is more generous, if the guarantee is more generous, the cost is also higher as well. Okay. We also look at the perception, right? And we find that, and it has to be translated to like some sort of exponential function. But at the end of the day, the idea is that, we find that before ERM, right, companies only perceive cost as being about 90% of the true cost, right? And then we find that, the companies only realize about half of the natural hedges that might be provided. Okay? All right. So on the demand side, this is what we find, right? We find that, the price sensitivity of demand, right, is about 13%, right? Then we find the sensitivity of demand to roll-up rates, right? The more generous the guarantee, the more demand you would see. And we also find that, if the product carries guarantee, then there would naturally be more demand for these products, right? And so you can see here that consumers don't like to pay more. Consumers like all these guarantees, and consumers like generous guarantees, right? So with all of these together, we can see that if firms cut down all of these guarantees, consumers are going to be affected, right? This is what happened. So you can see here that, OSA was implemented, right, across different states. I'm sorry. Okay, so OSA is different, is implemented across different states from 2013 to 2017, right? This is a number of states that implemented OSA, okay? Eventually become 100%. But you can see here that, the guarantee, the TVA products, right, before used to be very popular. But now, after OSA, the TVA market shrink in a significant way, right? If you look across these different guarantees that are provided, right, the more generous guarantees, the lifetime guarantees are shrinking even more. Okay, if you look at the gray bars, right, the non-TVA products, you can see that they increase in offering significantly after OSA. So if you measure consumer surplus, you would see the following, right? That these are consumer surplus before OSA. You can see that it's because, all these insurance companies provide guarantees and generous guarantees. Consumers really enjoy these products. After these products have been reduced, right, or not offered anymore, you can see that consumers lose a lot of this surplus, right? They have to pay more, they don't have access to these products anymore, right? So altogether, our research basically showed that enterprise-wide risk management, right, could have significant impact on, product decisions, right, which could shape liabilities of financial institutions. Okay, we show that when you impose more stringent risk management, insurance companies tend to shift the product offerings from TVAs to RILAs for two reasons. The first reason is that TVAs are very expensive, very costly to provide, right, especially with the generous guarantees. Right, and the second is that RILAs help to provide natural hedge to the TVAs that already have been offered and stick on the book of insurance companies. Okay, our structure models show that the channel to which risk management affects decision come from two things. The first is that it changes the way that the insurance company perceives the risk and the cost of providing guarantees, right? And second, it also helps insurance companies recognize the natural hedges among these different products, right? And hence you can see that as insurance companies, decide to change their product offerings to become less risky, but you also see that because consumers prefer those products, like those guarantees, the generous guarantees the insurance companies provide before, they lose a lot of welfare because these products are not being offered anymore, right? So at the end of the day, our paper highlights a tension, right, between risk management to provide financial stability of insurance companies, of banks, of the financial system, against these consumers' utilities and welfare, right? The more banks try to be safe, right, the less services, the less utilities that consumers will realize from that. Okay, all right. So that's it. That's my 2 cents about this topic. I hope you enjoy my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Pa. Please give a round of applause. I think your research is very have a huge effect for the managerial implication, right? Especially for the manager in the insurance industry. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you still have time for answering questions?
Yeah, of course. If
Okay,
anyone
sure.
has any questions, please.
Okay, sure. Please raise your hand if you have any question. Please. Okay, come to the stage, in front of the stage. Please give the mix. Oh, okay. Wait for a minute.
Hello?
Yes, hello? Still over there?
Oh yeah, I'm here, but
Okay, sure.
I
Sure.
don't hear the question though.
Oh, okay, wait. Here the question from our students. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Kiftia Vaskiatun Nabila. I'm a management student at the Fakulty of Ekonomi and Business, University of Islam Malang. I have a question for Mr. Jotibak.
Okay, slowly.
Okay, how can small medium enterprise effectively implement risk management strategies to address global business uncertainties such as exchange rate volatility, international regulatory changes, and supply chain disruptions without compromising cost efficiency and business sustainability? Thank you.
Okay, Prof.
All right, thank you so.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Very, very good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is this is just my opinion. It's not really. I don't have a research to support it. In general, the smaller you so the idea is the following, right? So regulations are typically imposed on a large companies that could have spillover effect on others, right? Because of the externalities they impose. And hence, the smaller the enterprise, the less social impact their decisions could have, right, on the overall market. And so, as a result, my thinking, and I think many policymakers will agree with me, that small and enterprise-wide risk, small enterprise should do less risk management overall. Okay. Now, second, the way that they should do it, right, to the extent that they do, is to try to look at across the entire unit, right, the organization, right, across many different units, and try to make sure that they measure the risk that they're trying to manage correctly, right? So, because the enterprise is small, right, you might ignore certain types of risks. For example, maybe operational risk is not as important, or maybe regulatory risk is not as important, right? So focus on just a few types of risks that you think are most important. You mentioned exchange rate volatility. For example, if you're big exporters or importers, you do a little bit of that, right? And then you measure the risk that you're exposed to. Try to make sure that you measure correctly and you aggregate across the entire organization. And then you can try different hedging strategies, right? And see how it affects the overall risk, right? And then settle on, an overall strategy that you think is best in terms of risk and return, right? But it's important when you measure the outcome of risk management that you look at both the upside and the downside, right? You look at the lower risk that you have against the profits that you might be losing because it's costly to manage risk, right? So you have to do the two together in order to find a good balance between, risk and return for your organization.
Okay, Prof. Thank you for your answer. Because we have some limited times. Okay, thank you. Here is the end of your keynote speaks, Professor Pap.
Thank you so
very
much.
for being our keynote speakers. I think it's like 3 or 3 times or 4 times, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, at night.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank
once
you.
again, please give a round of applause for Professor Pap.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we move to our second keynote speakers. Hello, Professor Paul. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Professor Paul?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, our second keynote speakers is Professor Paul Lapseger from the Monash University, Australia. And then the title from the topic he will deliver is 3 questions of smart beta. Am I right, Prof. Paul?
Thank you very much.
Hello? Did
Can
you
you
hear
hear me?
me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Prof. Paul, you have 25 minutes to deliver in your materials and then 5 minutes for answer and question. It's okay for you?
Okay. All right. I'll adjust.
Yes? Okay. Time is yours.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to the keynote, and good afternoon from Melbourne, Australia. Good morning to you. My name is Paul Leipziger. I'm a professor at Monash University in the Department of Banking and Finance and Econometrics and Business Statistics. And this morning, I'm going to be talking to you about 3 questions of smart beta, also known as factor investing. So the first question is beta or factor investing still smart after including all costs? The second question has to do with whether smart beta is smart because it times the market. And the third question has to do with whether smart beta or factor investing is viable after we stratify our replicating portfolios by industry. So I'll introduce factor investing, I'll answer each of those questions, and then I'll conclude. So what is smart beta or factor investing? How much is invested in smart beta? Factor investing is an investment strategy that targets specific, persistent drivers of returns, known as factors. Its aim is to build index portfolios to outperform the broader market. It moves beyond traditional market cap weighting by selecting securities based on various characteristics like value, momentum, size, or volatility. It's similar to market cap weighted index in that it is a mechanical investment strategy, but it claims to generate better risk-adjusted returns than market cap weighted indexation. Over the last decade, a huge investment has been made in smart beta or factor style investment. It's increased 50% from approximately US $4 trillion to US $6 trillion. Before I explain what is factor investing, let's start by talking about market cap weighted indexation. Market cap weighted portfolios are theoretically optimal. In fact, empirically, over the history of the Vanguard S&P 500 Index Fund, which mimics the market cap-weighted index in the United States, that fund has outperformed approximately 90% of active managers. Why? Well, firstly, it is a theoretically optimal portfolio. But secondly, the other side of that coin is that market cap-weighted indexation reduces costs. To replicate the benchmark market cap-weighted index is relatively cheap and easy. Why? That's because market cap-weighting indexation is self-adjusting. The weight or the value of a particular stock in the index depends on the price of that stock. If the price increases, the market capitalisation of that stock increases, and automatically the investment weight in the index changes appropriately too. Due to such self-adjusting weights, there is reduced turnover in replicating the market cap-weighted index, and therefore the costs of replication are greatly reduced. Well, what about factors? What about when we create a factor index? Do we enjoy the same kind of automatic rebalancing? To justify their larger fees, active funds managers must outperform. They cannot just deliver the same risk-adjusted return as the market cap-weighted index. The idea of factor investing is that by selecting an index that provides exposure to factors, active funds managers hope to provide value beyond market cap-weighted indexation and to justify their additional fees. But this is the problem. Factor indexes are not self-adjusting. If the price of an asset in an index changes, the weight of that asset in the index does not automatically change and mimic the weight as it does in market cap-weighted indexation. What does this mean? It means that factor indexation requires much larger turnover to track the benchmark portfolio as compared to market cap-weighted indexation. And this higher turnover results in higher costs, which are required to rebalance the factor portfolio with high fidelity. Let me give you an example. One factor index that we're going to be considering today is an equal weighted index. An equal weighted index invests an equal dollar amount to every asset in the index. So if you have 100 assets, 1/100th of your total investment will be invested in each of those 100 assets. Essentially, an equal weighted index gives you a size risk factor exposure. You are over-invested in small cap stock, and therefore you expect a higher return than the market cap weighted index. But here's the problem. To replicate an equal weighted index with high fidelity, the replicator or investor must continuously dynamically rebalance their portfolio. So as the price changes, the investor needs to periodically, monthly, reinvest or change the asset weighting of that portfolio. And even worse, they have to reinvest in the smaller stocks as much as the larger stocks. So high turnover in small stocks occurs in equal weighted indexation, and that is very expensive. Costs are important for replicating factor portfolios. As Arnott, one of the instigators of alternative indexation, factor indexation, said, when paper portfolio moves to live trading, transaction costs start to play a very important role. Chen and Velikov showed in their recent paper that the 70 basis points per month that factor investors enjoy before costs become only 6 basis points per month after costs. Costs erode the returns of factor investing. So the question is factor investing or smart beta still smart when you consider all of the costs? So we ascertain the performance and the viability of factor indexation after including all relevant costs. Onerous costs associated with foregoing the automatic rebalancing of traditional market cap weighted indexation, as I've talked about already, may occur as a consequence of the frequent trading required to replicate factor indexes accurately. The largest costs associated with replication is the cost that occurs when you adversely move the stock price, and that's known as price impact cost. It's unknown to what extent factor indexes suffer from degraded performance as a consequence of such costs, and that's what we're going to explore now. We compare the performance of a number of well-known factor indexes before and after costs, and we compare them with traditional market cap weighted index after considering various rebalancing frequencies, monthly, quarterly, and annual, and also considering different assets under management, and also including price impact cost models, which incorporate the cost of trading small stocks. Our main finding is that factor indexes appear to perform well when we exclude costs. However, when we include costs, the hidden costs of trading, which are often overlooked in simulations, are very large. Factor indexes require constant rebalancing in small stock. They don't enjoy the self-adjusting price mechanism of market cap weighted indexing, and therefore, when we include these cost measures, the factor index returns are severely eroded. These are the factor indices that we're going to consider. This is the market cap weighted index, where we look at the market cap weight of a particular stock at a particular time, and we divide it by the sum of all of the stocks in the index. So that's the standard approach, the market cap weighted approach. We consider a DW approach, a diversity weighted approach. This can be understood because it's the market cap weighted weight, but to a power P here. When P is equal to 0, that's equivalent to an equal weighted index. When P is equal to 1, that's equivalent to a market cap weighted index. And what we do is we use the intermediate values of 0.25, 0.5, and 0.75 to give us something between equal weighted and market weighted. So that's the DW approach, or factor index. The next factor index we consider is the diversified risk parity weighted index, and that weights the assets in the index based on the risk or the standard deviation of the assets and the sum of all of the standard deviations of all of the assets in the index. And the final approach we consider is the diversified minimum variance factor index, similar to the one above, except we look at variance instead of standard deviation to weight our assets in our index. We also consider fundamental indexation, another kind of alternative indexation. And the idea of fundamental indexation is to avoid what's known as structural drag. Structural drag is the concern that occurs with market cap-weighted indexation, where overvalued stock have a greater weight than they should in the index, and undervalued stock have a lower weight than they should in the index, resulting in underperformance. Fundamental indexation solves the problem of structural drag by utilising alternative measures of a company's size, such as number of employees, net sales, revenues, cash flow, book value per sale, or total dividends, instead of using market capitalisation to weight the stock in the index. So we also include fundamental indexation as well as the others I've just mentioned in our analysis. Here you can see the value of $1 starting in 1987 and what results at the end of our period of study in 2010. And what you can see, if we focus on the blue line, the light blue line, we can see that, which represents market cap weighted indexation, we can see that by the end of the study, the market cap weighted indexation, the blue line, has the lowest value, just under $8. Each of the other factor indexes outperform the theoretically optimal market cap weighted index, but this is before costs. We haven't included costs here yet. So here we've assumed our portfolio has no costs at all. There are two kinds of costs that we need to consider. There are explicit costs. They're easily measured. They're costs such as the bid-ask spread, brokerage fees, exchange fees, and so on. The other kind of costs that we need to include when we're looking at the cost of trading a factor index is an implicit cost. They're much more difficult to measure. Implicit costs are primarily those costs of price impact. That is the cost of moving the price when we buy and sell that stock in large volume. Price impact is the largest cost of trading, larger than the explicit costs. In academic factor studies, price impact costs are often ignored, but they need to be included in order to provide accurate measures of the economic value of factor investing. Here are three different cost models. One is a simple linear model, that's the black line, and the two other non-linear models, curved lines, the blue and the red, are common, well-known price impact cost models. And you can see that as the value of transactions increases, they approximate the linear model. Where they differ is where the value is smaller. So if we trade a lot, we get this linear cost model, but down here, where we trade less, we have smaller costs relative to the linear cost model up here in the black. Here are our results. Our Sharpe ratio, which is our risk-adjusted return, where we're looking at monthly, quarterly, or annual rebalancing, is shown for each of our different factor indices and also for our market cap weighted index. You can see that the market cap weighted index has the lowest Sharpe ratio, the lowest risk-adjusted return before costs for a costless portfolio. And the portfolio or factor index which has the highest, the best Sharpe ratio, is the DMV portfolio. However, something very interesting happens when we move from a zero-cost portfolio to a portfolio worth $10 billion, and we incorporate those price impact costs. When we do that, we find that the portfolio for monthly DMV goes from having the highest, the best risk-adjusted return to the lowest. In other words, when we incorporate costs, the factor index does not perform, the DMV factor index does not perform nearly as well as when we don't incorporate costs. Costs are very, very important. Why does this particular factor perform so badly after costs? Well, that's because costs are related to turnover. The more we turn over the portfolio, the more our returns are eroded relative to the market cap weighted index. So here we have turnover on our x-axis and the change in returns between the zero cost and the $10 billion asset under management portfolio. And we have each of our indices here. And what you can see is that index factor, which has the highest turnover, DMV, has also the highest erosion of returns. In other words, because these factor indices, like DMV, do not enjoy the automatic rebalancing of market cap weighted indexation, but they turn over small stocks in the index, often in order to replicate the index. The performance of that index is severely eroded. You can see market cap weighted indexation down here has much less erosion than DMV up here. Now, if we calculate alpha based on Farmer French 3 factor models, we can see that if we have a zero cost portfolio, the alphas for some of these factor indices is positive. So the DMV is positive, the DRPW is positive, and the equal weight performance, or alpha, risk-adjusted performance, is positive. But the blue line here is when we do not consider costs, when we've got $0 in our portfolio. When we consider costs, whether it's a $500 million portfolio, a $1 billion portfolio, or a $10 billion portfolio, and all of the associated costs of replicating each of these factor indices with each of these portfolios, we find that rather than having a positive alpha, we have a alpha which is either zero, as in the case of equal weighting, or below zero. So any outperformance on a risk-adjusted basis is eroded once we include costs. So market impact is extremely important on small stocks, which are often overweighted in factor indices. When we include measures of market impact, the performance for these factor indices, which have large turnover, is severely eroded. No index, no alternative factor index has positive alpha after we consider the Farmer French factors which drive returns. All right, that's the first part, and the salient lesson here is that we cannot ignore costs when we implement alternative factor indices. We absolutely must consider them. Now, because I've only got a minute or so left, I'll just quickly go over this. I won't give you much background to this because we'll run out of time. But essentially, Rob Arnott had argued that fundamental indexation, because it can base its investment weights not on market cap weighted indexation, which is prone to being overweight in overvalued stock and underweight in undervalued stock, but because it uses more robust measures of the size of a company. He argues that fundamental indexation can avoid bubbles. So in this study, I compare fundamental indexation in different periods. The rise and fall of the Nifty stocks in the 70s, during the 1987 crash in America and around the world, during the tech wreck, and also during the global financial crisis. Now, Rob Arnott, when he constructed fundamental indexation, had the benefit of 2003 data all the way back. So he could, in fact, overfit these bubbles. But he did not have the 2008 global financial crisis.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you still have 5 minutes again.
Oh,
Thank you.
I still have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, well, all right, that's great. Well, what I'll quickly say then is that the idea was that fundamental indexation would be immune to pricing bubbles, but it is not. So if we look at the tech wreck, which is the one bubble period that Rob Arnott, when he constructed fundamental indexation, did not have. So, I beg your pardon, the global financial crisis. We found that although fundamental indexation performed okay in other crises, in this ex-ante or out-of-sample crisis, shortly before the GFC, it was overweight both in General Motors and in Citigroup, and overweight in American International Group, which suffered very badly during the global financial crisis. Worse, at the nadir of the crisis, the overweight positions were amplified because fundamental indexation didn't automatically adjust based on price. So, because fundamental indexation was created prior to the global financial crisis, the global financial crisis represents a true out-of-sample test of fundamental indexation. And we can see that the first line here is the fundamental index weight in Citigroup, and the darker line, the black line, represents the weight of market capitalisation. And we can see that prior, at the start of the global financial crisis, fundamental indexation was overweight Citigroup. It was also severely overweight in General Motors, which did very badly during the financial crisis because it was making all sorts of financial bets. And it was somewhat overweight in American International Group as well. If it was timing the market well, if it was immune to bubbles, as was claimed, it should have been underweight in these stocks at the start of the global financial crisis, but it was overweight. So here we conclude that although fundamental indexation outperforms when we don't consider risk, When we consider risk, the three-factor Farmer-French model, and when we consider alpha, there is no outperformance. Furthermore, it is not immune to pricing bubbles. It underperformed during the banking crisis of 2008 because it was overweight those stocks that performed very badly during that crisis. So fundamental indexation is not a panacea to market cap valuation of market cap weighted indexation. In its true out of sample performance, it did not underweight those stocks that performed badly during the global financial crisis. I won't have time to do the third question, but in essence, there is, if you insist upon alternative indexation, there is a method of industry stratification that you can use to reduce the costs of factor investing. But I don't have time to talk about that today. So to conclude, traditional market cap weighted index will remain popular due to its reliance on elegant theory and its optimal characteristics, its simplicity, its ease of use, its vast investment capacity, and its inherent low costs. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present in front of you today. And these are the relevant publications that I used in my talk today. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Paul. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, Professor Paul, for the valuable insight from your research. Now we jump to the answer and question. Professor Paul, I have one question from our lecture, this online question. Okay, I will read. How is Australia's strategy for maintaining economic stability amid global geopolitical uncertainty in order to protect the real sector from global shocks?
Okay, so I'll answer that question in the context of the talk I've given today.
Yes.
You can make the argument, and in fact, the work I presented today was done in conjunction with a very large funds management company in Victoria called Victoria Funds Management Corporation. It's got billions of dollars under management, and they were very much interested in fundamental indexation. And that really was the spur to this study. We had what was called an Australia Research Grant, and it was done in conjunction with this very large funds manager. They were concerned that market cap weighted indexation in Australia was going to overweight the mining sector in particular. And they were worried at the time that the Australian market cap weighted index was in a bubble, and market cap weighted indexation was, because of its nature, overweighting the mining industry in Australia. So the chief investment officer of that fund saw fundamental indexation as an alternative indexation to correctly weight the arguably overweight mining stocks in the All Ordinaries, the ASX 200. The concern was that if there was an economic shock, his fund was going to be overexposed to stocks that were potentially in a bubble. The problem is that although that may have worked in that instance, to continue and believe that alternative indexation, like fundamental indexation, was going to continuously perform well and avoid bubbles and the consequent shocks, my research showed was mistaken, at least in the US. So it may have worked well in the short run, but in the long run, fundamental or alternative indexation was not a panacea to the problem of certain stocks being oversold and therefore getting too high a weight in the market cap weighted index. And that's what I showed in the second part of the presentation I gave today. This is, by the way, extremely important for Australia strategically. Australia has one of the largest pools of money in the world as a consequence of its compulsory superannuation system. So the funds management industry in this country is always looking at adding value to that pool of money for its investors.
Thank you, Prof. Paul. Very interesting answer. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Paul. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my gratitude that very thank you that you will be my keynote speakers today. Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Paul. Okay, see you next time, Prof. Paul.
See you next time.
See you. Okay, now we have our third keynote speakers attending offline today. Professor Rangga, hello, welcome to Indonesia. Bagaimana feelingnya pulang kembali? It's good. Blitar?
Thank you, yeah. Because again, even I have been living overseas since 2010, so 5 years in Australia, 2 years in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, 1.5 year in Germany, 8 years in Japan, but originally until high school I was in Blitar, 90 minutes from here. So, sorry, now it's 2 hours, yeah.
Blitar mana, Pongo?
Sanan Wetan, ge.
Oh, Sanan
until high school,
Wetan.
yeah. So it's still difficult for me to explain my accent. Some my students say like Malaysian, but I say this is English Jawa.
Okay, well, Professor Rangga Handika is come from Tokyo International University. Today, he will deliver for his research interest for in financial, right, financial accounting, and then related to finance. And then today, he will deliver one of his research is about a connected financial world. Dependency analysis among financial markets. Okay, Prof. Rangga, you have like 30 minutes,
yeah, okay.
20 minutes for delivering the materials, and then 10 minutes we have answer and question. Okay, time is yours.
Here or in there, sorry?
Please share screen. Can
I present here or there? Okay. Okay. So thank you. So I will make it short, as she said, about maximum 20 minutes. So the key point is now we are living in the connected financial world. So in the past might be we are not connected. What happens say in Indonesia, perhaps other part doesn't care. Apa yang terjadi di suatu negara in the past doesn't care. So in the past I still remember that we are difficult to find foreigners, the same in Japan and other, but now it's very going global. I have already noticed that some of also foreigners also come here, this is very good. So I will focus on the interconnected financial world. How the world is connected, bagaimana antar negara is sambung menyambung. Nowadays we cannot evade, like the recent war, despite I'm not talking about the political war, but for example Russia and Ukraine, it's affect the supply chain which makes costly, jadi impact semakin mahal. Jadi sekarang ada sesuatu di suatu negara will impact to another. So let's go to the next, I will go quickly. So I will use the popular Diebold-Yilmaz method Again, I'm not go to the technical, but I go to the insightful because I know we are from different background. So if people ask again, I try to see, okay, in media might be you heard, okay, factor external, yeah, in the media, and it's debatable. Let's try from academic perspective, yeah. So I try to use diable yield mass in the contagion, and then show US and Japan here. It's true, the US still dominate, yeah. Regarding even we hate or love, we are not talking about that. But again, as an assertive position, we need to be careful because US stock market does impact other country. Jadi memang betul, efek global itu dipengaruhi US, suka tidak suka. So whether we hate or no, we need to anticipate. But Japan here impacted other countries. But be careful when you read this conclusion. I compare Japan and other developed countries. Jadi Jepang, US, UK, London. If only Asian market might be true, Japan will be dominant. Yeah. Okay, the next, let's go quickly. Okay, so I'm not going too fast. The key point now we use machine learning and market capitalization and others. Okay, next. Okay, next. Next, yes, I'm not going to see. Okay, this is, nowadays you can use Python, other tools. I try to skip this next. Okay, this is the data, okay, let's see. And now data is public. If you are not believing me, you can easily download and check. Yeah. And the data is public, so you can double test. And see here, and I compared also the Bitcoin here, the case here, and Japan here, and also you can see Kingdom and others. After this, I will show Indonesia. Okay, the next. This is the default GMAS. You can see. Yeah, I will focus here. So return series for contagion index, you can see in 2012, we are not so connected. Might be you can challenge me. How about in 1990? Yes, it might be interesting. But again, some country might not have yet. But now we become increasing. Especially in the middle after COVID. After that, it's become blur. So the interpretation in here, now the word, now it's not, it will not be uncommon anymore. For example, as I said, I come from Blitar, and then I study bachelor degree in UI, and then I study postgraduate in Australia and Germany, and then I work in Japan. Because I still remember when I do graduate school, I have my friend who coming from Mexico, he studied in Australia, and then he worked in UK. That makes sense. The next. Okay, next. Yes, next slide. Yes, and then you can see. In case of Japan, Japan to be passive, very low. So Japan to be risk neutral and doesn't transmit each other compared to another dimension, compared to negara lain. Next. And this is the another contagion index for the US, Germany, Italy. You can see also the scene and also the next. This is, you can see, how about the crypto? Recently might be you have already heard cryptocurrency controversial. Again, I always say crypto is not good, it's not bad either. It really depends. What can I say is, crypto is risky. Crypto beresiko tinggi. Ya, mungkin teman-teman from ilmu teologi can come to the conclusion of fatwa bahwa this is tend to be like garar or not. Yeah, it's not my expertise, but I can show crypto is risky. From financial perspective, risky has two chances. Can be extremely good luck, can be extremely bad luck. Jadi Anda bisa untung cepat, itu benar, tidak bohong. Tapi Anda juga bisa loss quickly. The problem, what the recent controversy in crypto is, they didn't tell that there are two sides. So I thought, explain to student and market participant, if you want to invest in crypto, be prepared to lose the money quickly. Harus itu dijelasin. Karena dia volatilitasnya tinggi. Jadi siap hilang. Jadi jangan siap menang, jangan siap untung, nggak siap rugi. Harus. Apakah pasti buruk? Tidak, no. Depends. Bisa jadi Anda punya portfolio yang terlalu damai, pengen agresif sedikit, cocok. Tapi the problem if you enter the crypto without understanding the risk, it can be dangerous. Nah, yeah. So make sure you know about the crypto if case. Next. Okay, so recent development here and the machine learning and data science, we try to see here. And financial market to the connected here. And COVID again disrupt world of financial markets here. So US affect other countries, but again, BTC tend not to provide significant contagion here. But be careful, crypto in the daily mungkin belum ketinggi ya. But when the Bitcoin crash quickly, either up or down, provide impact. So this is might be if for the some player who have a lot of money, if Bitcoin fail, they transfer to equity and back. So we need to prepare. If you try to enter the crypto or financial market, you need to be careful here because there are BTC extreme volatility here. So as a regulator, if some of you coming from the pemerintah regulator, please pay attention to the cryptocurrency during turn oil. So I said this is, we need to be careful. As I said, careful means two things. Don't be too scared, don't be too scary, don't be too aggressive either. Natural. Try to manage your emotions, be careful. Yeah. Make sure you know already what's the worst. So this is the situation. Okay, next. Okay, let's go to Indonesian financial. Let's go next. Okay, next you can see how about the Indonesia next. Okay, oh no, not this one. Go back before one slide. Okay, you can see Indonesia joined BRICS recently. Does it make sense or not? The answer, at least from my perspective, of course with many limitations, it makes sense because reduce the risk from here. Menurunkan resiko contagion, kita lihat. Mungkin masuk akal because BRICS country tend to be similar. Ya, the intuitive here. After the cut-off period, COVID. And then the next, okay, yeah, okay, next. This is number. And then how about the Russo-Ukraine? Russo-Ukraine, you can see it's different. If Indonesia join G7, perhaps you can also challenge me, oh it doesn't make any sense, Indonesia belum pernah masuk G7 selama ini. It's okay. I make hypothetical experiment, if we join G7 from this, the result will be unstable. Remember its difference. Some wars, we know, normally we are unhappy, we prevent war. Kita nggak suka perang. But don't underestimate. In US, I know from some of my students, selling gun and weapon are legal. Jadi yang untung pedagang senjata sepertinya, betul. Bisa aja di lobby pedagang senjata, we never know. Dan it's proof, if you read the literature of economics, in the World War I and World War II, Perang Dunia 1 dan 2, you can see clearly ekonomi US drop, setelah perang malah naik. Jualan senjata. And then in US, it's not uncommon, we have a gun. Gun is legally sold in the US. Bebas. Kita ke supermarket, asal nggak ada blacklist, beli beres. Sama kayak beli pisau. Makanya banyak shooting, dangerous. Jadi selalu ada dua posisi di US, satu gun control, the other is not gun control. Unfortunately, sejauh ini yang menang di Senat atau semacam parlemennya mereka bilang bebas kok, nggak masalah. Apa bedanya orang bunuh pistol dengan pisau? Nah, makanya jadi belakangan agak-agak kasus. Kanada it's different, not legal. Australia juga tidak. Saya sendiri, makanya saya personally I might be a bit scary if I went to US because people can bring gun anywhere. And recently, sadly, the case is the shooting case was until 1990, sejak 1990 sebenarnya biasa waktu my uncle studied in the Kentucky. But recently, the mass shooting can be in the public space like this, in the school. Okay, next lagi. And then this is Gaza war. Again, I'm not talking about the politics or from the religion. Yeah, might be you can be, but the situation is the contagion increase. That one. So the Gaza war tend to make some disruption. Yes, that is make sense because might be we have some connected more to the Gaza war rather than Russo-Ukraine. This is make sense. Of course, the analysis can be further evaluated and argued and challenged to see. And then if you ask, how about the Trump invasion to Venezuela? How about the Trump trade war. I haven't done it, but I need the more exposed data. Next. Okay, so overall here, the three external shock, again, I haven't included the two, Trump trade war and Trump invasion might be interesting. So daily series here, we conclude that joining BRIC countries tend to promote financial stability. Indonesia shall promote a more efficient and diversified financial system, including be careful of the crypto in Indonesia under Bapepti. And factors controlling these two factors could be another interest, of course. For me as a researcher, can be open another future research. Trump trade innovation, Trump invasions will be interesting. Okay, I think that's from me, my side. So I try to make it short. Thank you very much. So now time to question and answer.
Thank you, Prof. Raga. Very insightful. Now we know about how to connect the financial world. Okay, now we move to the answer and question. Please raise your hand. Raise your hand. Hello? Okay, so I will ask.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, yes.
As moderator. But please answer in Blitar language. How about the future of the cryptocurrency?
Okay.
Do you have any idea about
Okay,
that one?
good question. So the future, again, as I said, it will be more uncertain, risky. The trends show that it more fluctuate. But again, the risk we can always interpret two sides, can be good news or bad news. What I say is after the recent extreme, if you try to enter to the crypto, please very, very careful.
Yes.
So the wrong side is if you only expect it will be gain. No, there is no guarantee. Even I have already met the CEO of Bitcoin, no one can guarantee. This is the problem, I think. Some public still think, okay, if I invest in the crypto, I will get the money lot of quickly, which is, it doesn't make any sense. So don't believe. The truth is, in crypto is an aggressive investment. If you ready to anticipate the consequence, that's okay. Jadi silakan kalau Anda. Jadi seperti naik halilintar. Nah, if you like, that's okay. But if you don't like, jantungan nggak kuat, don't go there. Nah, gitu.
Jadi kalau yang cryptocurrency itu yang risk lover ya.
Yes.
Jadinya orang yang suka resiko tinggi,
Betul.
mereka akan main financialnya di cryptocurrency.
Betul.
Okay. Because it's very unstable, right?
Yeah. So that's why I say every instrument doesn't fit at all. On the other hand, if risk lover ditawari yang aman seperti SBI, BI rate, nggak cocok juga. Gitu. Jadi based on my understanding on the CFA standard ya, you harus milih yang cocok seperti itu. Begitu.
Yes, thank you Prof. Rangga. Very nice answer. Please give a round of applause. Okay, thank you. Now we at the end of this conference. On behalf of our organizing committee, I would like to express my gratitude to all keynote speakers who come today and deliver their material today, and me as a moderator, Rahmawati. Thank you very much for attending our conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, announcement for the participant. If you are still in the Zoom room, bagi partisipan yang sekarang ada di ruang Zoom, bisa langsung bergabung ke parallel session. Silahkan masuk ke masing-masing ruang Zoom sesuai dengan yang sudah ditentukan oleh panitia. Terima kasih.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are on the second plenary session in the international seminars, the fifth ICEBUS. And please welcome our moderator for the afternoon today. Please welcome Mr. Galih Rahmadani.
Okay, test, check. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Continuing from the previous session, thank you for joining us. Welcome back to the International Conference on Economic, Business, and Social Science with theme Global Opportunity for Sustainable Economics, Digital Transformation, and Human Development for Responsible Innovation. My name is Galih Ramadan, and I will be your moderator for this session. Okay, before we begin, a brief reminder of today's flow. This session features two keynote speakers. For each keynote, you have 30 minutes for the presentation, followed by 10 minutes for Q&A. For question, please use feature raise hand on Zoom. And you can introduce yourself and ask your question. Okay, it's now my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Prof. Theo Vermalen from INSEAD, France. Prof. Theo, can hear my voice clear?
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear my voice? It's important.
Little, Prof.
A little?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but as
okay, very good.
Okay.
Can see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
All right, then
Okay.
everything is fine. Well, anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to be keynote speaker. So, good afternoon. I wish I was there. You know, I'm living in France here, where it's cold and rainy. So I'm looking forward to come to Indonesia sometime in the future. But I see that you're having a good time if I'm listening to the music that you play. So I'll maybe download my presentation now. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay, okay, very good. You know, those of you that know me, that probably know me from my research on share buybacks, and I've been writing about share buybacks for 45 years. And now it's time, I think, to talk about something else, something that's maybe more interesting is ESG ratings. And I see there's an echo in the room. There's an echo.
Yeah, we can see you clearly, Prof.
Okay, clearly, and also there's no problem with the echo. Okay, all right. So basically, the reason I got into ESG ratings is because I was recently by Illuminem, which is basically a website that collects information on people that publish articles about ESG and climate change, and I was picked as one of the most read thought leaders in ESG. Now, how did I become a thought leader? Well, I basically published a letter to the Financial Times. So this is not even academic research. I mean, they just look at how many articles gets downloaded the most, and that's how you get the nomination. And I wrote a letter in the Financial Times, and the title of the letter basically was invented by the editor of the Financial Times, and it said, "Don't be misled by climate change claims of ESG funds." So this is kind of a critique on ESG. And I was surprised that I was called a leader in ESG. So it must say something about what's happening in ESG, that people are criticizing ESG funds, and that a thought leader now, it means being critical about ESG. I don't know. So this is why I got into this. And the letter is basically saying that regulators are cracking down on greenwashing in environmental, social, and governance funds. But even without greenwashing, investors are misled by ESG fund promoters. A typical advertisement for ESG funds will read like this: investors in the fund will reduce global warming and do this without giving up returns. Now, the first statement is an obvious lie here, because ESG fund does not give any money to the companies in the fund. It gives money, it invests in the shares of the fund, and that's quite different. So it kind of seems to be that ESG funds explore the ignorance of investors who think that when they give money to an ESG fund, that, for example, they believe they're going to invest in wind energy when they give money to the wind energy fund. But of course, all what you're doing is giving money to the portfolio manager and then uses and buys shares in the wind energy fund. And this seems like an obvious thing. I mean, I was surprised that this letter got downloaded so much. But I also manage a fund on the side. And I noticed that one of my investors once told me he wants to take out his money from the fund because I invested in taser guns. You know, I don't know what you know about taser. Taser is basically produces non-lethal guns that are basically used by the police. And he was telling, I'm going to take it out because I feel bad. It's against my values to invest in a fund that owns guns. And I said, well, the problem is that if I sell these taser guns, someone else will buy it. Nothing happens to taser. They will still make guns. All what happens is that you basically are selling a stock that I think is heavily undervalued, and therefore it hurts all the investors. It's kind of unethical to go and basically punish my investors that trust me because they hired me to create alpha, not to take care of their conscience. And I think this is why the guy said, no, nevertheless, no, because I think it's my values are important, and it gives me a good feeling, a warm glow, if I invest in funds that are really ethically responsible. Now, in the meantime, when this happened, it was 10 years ago, and at that time, then Taser, that's now called Axon, was trading at $20. Now today, this fund stock trades at $450. So I haven't checked with the investor, but I presume that his warm glow is no longer there. But this also to show that you have to basically make sure that you understand that investing in financial markets is not the same thing like capital expenditures here. So now I want to move to share buybacks. Is ESG incompatible with share buybacks? Because ESG ratings are really measure concern about stakeholder value. This is a stakeholder value economy. It was promoted by the World Economic Forum. And buybacks are probably the strongest pro-shareholder value decision. So I think there's two research questions that I'm addressing in this paper. Is the likelihood of a buyback lower when ESG scores are high? Is it the case that when you're a high ESG company, that means that you have your values reflect concern about stakeholder value? Does that mean that you're not going to invest in, not going to do buybacks here? But nevertheless, we have some high ESG firms that buy back stock. Why do they buy back stock? Well, it must be there's a certain point when the stock is so much undervalued, and the temptation for alpha on earth is bigger than alpha in heaven. I mean, the fact that you are basically doing good for the world means that you're losing a lot of money, and then maybe then the ESG companies basically will tend to kind of go away from their ESG commitment here. And this is what the two questions that we ask here. Now notice that the critique of buybacks is largely a result of the fact that buybacks are very popular. They became very popular. If you look at this graph, you can see that buybacks basically used to be completely an American phenomenon until, let's say, 1990. The only companies that bought back stock were Americans. And since then, it has become a global phenomenon. And I actually checked with Indonesia. I think Indonesia probably has something like 300 buybacks since 2008. I think it must have been illegal before 2008. So everybody is basically doing buybacks in the days. And the question is why buybacks are popular? Because it's good for shareholders. This is an event study I did with Urs Peyer that talks about something like 3,000 buyback announcements in the period from 1990 to 2002 in the US. And this shows a short-term event study that looks at 60 days before the announcement until 60 days afterwards. And there's 3 lines on this graph, and they all reflect different methods of buybacks. From the top, you see the biggest jump in share prices around the announcement day 0 comes from the self-tender offer. So there are tender offers where the company pays a premium for its own shares, typically around 22%. Then you have the Dutch auction. The Dutch auction is also at a premium, but the premium is kind of not set in advance. It's kind of determined by the investors who have to kind of submit orders at what price they're willing to tender their shares. And then you have private buybacks where you're buying shares back from a large investor, and then accelerated buybacks, which are kind of an innovation that is a little bit dubious for some people, because it essentially means that, you know, you're actually going to buy shares from an investment bank who is borrowing shares in the market, and it's like, you know, almost like shorting the stock at the same time. But the most popular way of doing buybacks is the bottom line here is the open market. Open market repurchases probably represent 95% of all buyback activity here. As you can see, these stocks, they underperform the market by 7% in the 60 days before the announcement. Then the stock price goes up by 3%, and then it stays there for the next 60 days here. Now, this is short-term returns. This is America. Does it work around the world? What about the long term? And therefore, I have a paper with Alberto Monconi and Urs Peyer again that looks at buyback announcements around the world, and it looks at the long run. And in order to use Fama French factors, Fama French has regional factors, so therefore we have to pull the data by region, and therefore we're looking here at 5 regions. As you can see, the best region, the top line here, is essentially America ex-US. This is basically Canada. So in Canada, you look in the long run, that companies that buy back stock outperform the market by 50%. The next group is the Asia Pacific ex-Japan, which is mainly Australia. They also outperform strongly. Then you have the US, that's 20% outperformance, which is really similar to what has been observed, like say 30 years ago. That hasn't really changed. The market underreacts to buyback announcements. And then we have at the bottom is Japan and Europe, still positive, but not that strong. So those people that say that buybacks are a short-term manipulation scheme, this is inconsistent with the data, because if this was short-term manipulation, then you would see that the stocks would go down afterwards, because you're buying the shares after the announcement, and after the announcement, the stock has gone up. So you would hurt long-term investors, but that's basically not the case here. Now, why are companies doing buybacks? If you look at the motivations in press releases, they say it's confidence in the future. We think that the stock looks good, the future looks bright, but the market more or less has not realized that, and has beaten us up in the last 3 months, and that beating is undeserved, and we basically take advantage of this undervaluation, and this is why we're going to buy back stock here. But also another reason is commitment to shareholder value. They call it as a governance mechanism to make sure that excess cash is not wasted, but that is put basically in giving back to stockholders rather than wasted in, let's say, negative NPV projects here. So the private sector likes buybacks, but there are other people that don't like buybacks, and the concern about buybacks is that the stakeholder value is like good for the stockholders, but is not as bad for other stakeholders. And I think there's one paper here that is written by 3 academics, and these 3 academics are, I think, left-wing academics. The left doesn't like buybacks, and they say buybacks makes firms financially unstable. They impose financial distress cost on workers. Economic growth is stifled. And then also left-wing politicians, in particular here, Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer gave an interview where he said that I hate stock buybacks. Instead of investing in workers and in training and research and equipment, they don't do a thing to make the company better, and they artificially raise the stock price by just reducing the number of shares. They are despicable. I'd like to abolish them. So here, the Democrats want to abolish buybacks. So I gave a speech in November last year in Dallas at a conference where I told the audience, do you want your children to live in a country without buybacks? Then you should vote for Kamala Harris. Now, I don't know whether my speech influenced the election, but I'm quite happy today that the Democrats are not in power. Otherwise, I probably will have nothing left to do research on. So clearly, these are statements that are made without evidence. Now, in another paper, all of these complaints about buybacks are inconsistent with the evidence, and I addressed it in another paper. I'm not going to talk about it here too much because I hope to get this paper being accepted for a conference in Bali in August. But there we actually focus on buybacks, suspicious buybacks, firms that are financially distressed and buying back stock. It seems like that's not driven by solid economic reasons. That's really driven by manipulation. But we don't find any evidence of manipulation in that paper as well, or nobody basically gets hurt in those circumstances. So I will refer that to those of you, and I hope to meet you then in person in August in Bali. Now, ESG basically, as you know, is about concern for stakeholder value, and they measure this by three variables: concern about the environment, that's the E score; concern about the workers, the S score; and then governance. Now, governance, when I went to school, for us, governance is basically concern about shareholder value. It's basically making sure that managers care about stockholders rather than about themselves. But this is not a G in ESG. G is about concern for stakeholder value, and concern about diversity and inclusion, and also ethics. But ethics is kind of subjectively defined as, for example, I see that avoiding paying income taxes is unethical. It's not tax evasion, avoidance. So if you buy back stock and share repurchases are taxed less than dividends, that's unethical because it's you're trying to avoid paying more taxes. Now, this is a personal interpretation of ethics that I personally disagree with, but that seems to be the definition of G. Now, some people argue, well, ESG and shareholder value can actually go together. And there's especially advocates like Alex Edmonds show that increasing S creates more productive workers and therefore is good for stockholders. Investors and lenders may require a lower cost of capital. In other words, you get the shareholders that buy shares in these companies accept a lower rate of return because they get this warm glow when they invest in the stock, and they don't care about money that much. Of course, that goes against the advertising argument that ESG funds are basically beating the market because you expect them to underperform as a result of this. The government will tax you less and subsidize you more, and then the consumers will be happy because they buy your product and they say, well, I'm saving the planet, so they will pay higher prices, be more loyal. So all of these things are probably true. So it's not necessarily so that ESG is against shareholder value. So it's an empirical question here. Now, some people have tried to address this issue in buybacks and ESG by these three articles here. The first one is a strange result that CSR is positively related to share buybacks. It's difficult to explain that result. But the second one is that by Vaupel, Betting, Fisker, Creer, and Battle, find that they basically not measure ESG ratings itself, but look at the communications of sustainability orientation in the letter to shareholders. If you say, well, our company cares a lot about sustainability, the more they talk about sustainability, the less likely is that you're going to do buybacks here. So that's kind of the only paper that kind of suggests indeed that there is some kind of a trade-off here. Now, I'm going to revisit this question here with three of my co-authors, Sterling Wine from NYU, Shua Li from the University of Shanghai, and Kai Snellman, my colleague at INSEAD. And the title is ESG Ratings and Share Repurchase, examining the tension between stakeholder and shareholder priorities here. So we have a sample period that goes to 2009 to 2018. We stop in 2018 because that's when the Morningstar basically stops publishing KLD ratings basically here. We only look at non-financial institutions, and we get basically ESG data from two sources. One is KLD, and the other one is Sustainalytics. These are basically the two sources that have been used in ESG research more frequently. So we build basically a panel of all companies on which we have data on ESG and on other things like control variables that we use in the regressions here. So we have 7,600 firm year observations for 1,200 unique firms. And Sustainalytics, we have fewer observations and fewer firms. And we're going to use that data to run regressions where we have a dummy variable, and the dummy variable will be basically, does the company do a buyback or not? Or do they issue equity, or do they increase their dividends, or do they M&A? And then the regression, and the regress that mostly the independent variable would be the ESG score. And then the argument is that does the ESG score, is the ESG score is that coefficient will determine whether that activity is discouraged or encouraged by ESG ratings here. So those of you that are not familiar with ESG rating, scale D is 7 categories: community, diversity, employee relations, environment, human rights, product, and governance. And for each category, they list a number of strengths and weaknesses. And the composite score, the net ESG strength, is going to be net ESG strength is the number of strengths minus concerns. And that is your total ESG scores. But they also have sub-scores for the environmental dimension, the social dimension, and the governance dimension. Sustainalytics is a different method. They basically collect data on 163 indicator variables about 3 categories: environmental, social, and governance. And there's a score of 1 to 100. And it's industry relative to the industry. And again, there's an overall sustainability, overall ESG ratings for the whole sample, but also for environmental score, social score, and governance score. So those are basically the data. So the dependent variable in this case is buyback is 1 if the firm announces a buyback. And the independent variables are the ESG matters and a bunch of control variables that are coming from all types of papers on share buybacks that look at the probability of buybacks, and we include this basically as control variables here. Now, typically, it's important to understand that there's no reverse causality here. It's not that ESG rating agencies give you a low ESG score if you do a buyback. That's not being considered in their rating scheme, so it's not a reverse causality. But of course, there could be other kind of factors that play a role, and that's why we do sensitivity analysis by looking at other decisions that companies are making here. We're looking at equity issues, at dividend increases, mergers and acquisitions, also affected by ESG. And if you think about equity issues, it's not quite clear what you can expect. If you issue equity, it'd be good for E if the money is raised for green investments, but it would be bad for E if money is raised for brown investments. It's good for S if the money, for example, is used to repay debt, because that makes the stakeholders, the workers that are like bondholders, their jobs less risky. And it's positive for G because if you issue to investors who care about stakeholder value, let's say the Norwegian pension fund, and shares are issued to investors who don't care about stakeholder value, would be negative, and that would be like, say, hedge funds. There's no clear prediction here what you can expect if a company issues equity and how should it be influenced by ESG ratings. Dividend increase, you say, well, dividends are like buyback, but not like buybacks, because dividend payments are kind of regular commitments. It's like long-term commitments. Companies are reluctant to cut dividends. They're not opportunistic. Buybacks are always seen as opportunistic. You having excess cash and you buy back stock with it. It's not that people don't expect you to buy back stock. So therefore, no one criticizes dividend payments here. And dividends also are taxed higher than capital gains. So no one sees dividends as a kind of a tax evasion scheme. And also they lower the value of executive stock options, because when a company pays a dividend, the stock price falls with a dividend per share. So this is very bad for stock options. So clearly, another critique in ESG is that basically that the managers are paid too much money, and this is actually should be good for ESG. And also, like buybacks, dividends are not insider trading. A buyback is seen as an insider trading because you actually are buying back shares from ignorant investors to the benefit of the people that stay, which happen to be the management. And again, without dividends, stocks would have no value. And this is why, dividends are seen like the salaries of the capitalist, and that's why there's no clear relationship between ESG and dividend increases. M&A you can say, well, it should be bad for us. The synergies means you're cutting a labor cost, but it's bad for us if it increases leverage, if the bidder borrows money to buy another company. But on the other hand, it may well be that the highly levered bidder buys a low levered bidder, and that should be good for us. And it's bad for G if acquisitions are really driven by executive compensation, that they get bonuses, acquisition bonuses, or by hubris. And it's good or bad for E if brown firm. It's good if a brown firm acquires a green firm. It should be good for E, but it's bad if a green firm acquires a brown firm. So again, there's no clear prediction here whether this is going to be good for ESG. So these are the results, and there are 8 columns here. And the first 4 columns are based on KLD measures of ESG, and the last 4 columns on Sustainalytics measures of KLD. Now, what you can see here, that so D buyback is that if there is a dummy variable, if there is a buyback being announced, to what extent is that driven by ESG ratings? And as you can see, that ESG ratings have a negative impact on buybacks. So it is as we would predict it here. But if you look at KLD ratings, but there's nothing on other events basically are not affected by ESG ratings. If you look at the other measure of Sustainalytics, which is the other measure of ESG, then you also see the same conclusion is that buybacks are more or less likely if indeed the company has high ESG ratings. But at the same time, it also finds that if dividend increases are less likely if the firm has a high ESG rating. So clearly, what you can say from this table is that it's the only consistent result across different methods and different activities, methods of measuring ESG is buybacks. Indeed, buybacks, the likelihood of a buyback is less. Now, if you think about the statistical significance, economic significance, we can show that the increase in the one standard deviation increase in ESG is basically lowering the probability of a buyback by 2%. Now this was the overall rating, but maybe let's look at the sub-ratings and environmental scores versus social and governance scores. And both for the first column deals with the KLD measures, and the second column deals with the Sustainalytics measures. And as you can see here again, that the environmental seems to be the main factor that's consistent across both methods here and both samples, is that it's seen as negative for the E score. I think this is what is also shown by some letters and critiques about the whole buyback, that basically hurts the environment because you should invest in the green transition. You should buy wind farms and solar panels rather than buying back stock. And this is actually what this thing seems to show here. That's the only consistent variable in these regressions, because you have inconsistencies. For example, it's supposed to be good for governance. It's bad for governance in the buybacks. If you're looking at buybacks with the KLD scores, but then it should be, on the other hand, is positive for governance in the Sustainalytics sample. So there's a lot of inconsistency between. Now, it's not surprising because the correlation between Sustainalytics and KLD is kind of close to 20%. So there's not much. It's not surprising you get different results here. There seems to be that statements like this you read in the popular press, why share buybacks are bad for the planet and people. I think it's crazy, but anyway, this seems to be a lot of people think that this is the case, and it seems to be showing up in the results that people feel that environmental scores are going down if you're doing buybacks here. So the firms with ESG ratings are less likely to buy back stock. The result is with respect to the method to measure ESG, but the result seems to be driven by concern about E is bad for the planet. Now, no such consistency can be found in other decisions, such as equity increases, dividend increases, or merger and acquisitions. So ESG is bad for shareholder value because it discourages buybacks, as I show at the beginning of the paper, that buybacks are good for shareholder value. So this will say that ESG is bad for shareholder value. Now, nevertheless, we find ESG companies buying back stock. And if I would be a manager, say, well, I care about the environment, the planet, but if the stock is strongly undervalued, and I'm really having a trade-off here. Do I care about alpha in heaven and don't buy back stock, or do I care about alpha on earth and make a lot of money, and maybe then I should buy back shares if the stock is heavily undervalued? So the question is, do firms trade alpha in heaven, which is you get from ESG, against alpha on earth with excess returns by buying heavily undervalued stock? So the prediction here is that the higher the ESG level, the higher the excess return. So this is why we now do a typical event study, calendar month event study. So each calendar month we construct a value-weighted portfolio of all companies that bought back shares in a specific time period, previous 12, 24, 36, 48 months, and then regress the average monthly return on the portfolio on the 4 or 5 French factor models. And the intercept of the regression is kind of the average monthly excess return in the period after the announcement here. And for example,
Okay,
this is what you
Theo,
see here.
I'm sorry, you have
Sure, yes.
5 minutes left.
Yeah, 5 minutes left. Well, okay, make the story then. I'll do my speedy transitions here, and it's basically I'm going to say that the KLD is actually you can show here there's a positive relation between excess returns and the KLD scores. You can see that the low ESG stocks have a much lower excess returns, but the high ESG stocks, if you think about high ESG stocks, basically, if you look at the 48 months horizon, you find 0.25% per month. So 0.25% per month times 48 months gives you a big rate of return that you make extra return if you buy high ESG stocks, because they seem to be far more undervalued than the low ESG stocks. If we do that for various different matters, we get the same results. Now, the problem with this is that ESG has been shown by Pastor and Stambo and others that ESG stocks actually underperform. Why? Because people buy them because they get a warm glow when they buy those stocks. So therefore, we have to adjust that this is not simply looking at French factors, is not sufficiently adjusting for alternative explanations. And this is why we construct a match sample for each buyback firms. We basically match it with 3 other firms that do not do buybacks but have the same ESG scores. And again, you set the indicator value to 1 if the company is a buyback firm and 0 otherwise. And this is kind of the main result here, that if you look at the French 4-factor model or the 5-factor model, you get the same results. If you look at KLD scores, is that you get 0.4% per month over a 48-month period. So this is talking about close to, 20% excess return after 48 months. This is a huge alpha that you get if you buy companies with high ESG ratings that do buybacks compared to companies that don't do buybacks and that have high ESG. So clearly, what is the basic thing? High ESG firms are less likely to buy back stock. But when high ESG firms repurchase stock, they're more undervalued than firms with similar ESG ratings that don't buy back stock. So therefore, I have a new investment suggestion for you. For those of you that are in the room and want to start a fund, you should have a fund that invests in high ESG companies that do buybacks. And then the ESG lovers are happy because they feel good, buying high ESG companies. But at the same time, they're not giving up financial return. So this is a win-win situation that we will see, and this is actually explains why indeed ESG could be a good indicator for shareholder value if provided that the company announces a buyback. So thank you very much. Are there any questions here? And again, if we don't have time here for questions, you can always email me. This is my email address for further questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Prof. Theo to the presentation. And now we will jump to the Q&A session. We have about 8 minutes from the audience. We have a question. Okay, on this hall, we have question for. Okay, you can introduce yourself and you can ask your question.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahmawati. I am one of the lecturer in Faculty of Economic and Business. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, Prof. Theo. Can you
Yes,
hear
good
me?
morning here.
Okay, Prof.
Yes, I
Theo.
hear you.
Yes, I think you're very, very valuable insight from your presentation today regarding ESG, right? ESG.
Yeah.
I see ESG right now is very rise issue in the global. I have question, Professor. You know that right now AI is very worldwide issue. Am I right? So I have a
Yeah.
question. How does AI adoption can influence the relationship between ESG performance and financial performance in the firms? Thank you, Prof. Theo.
Okay.
Well, it's a big question about.
Okay, maybe
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
directly answer, Prof. Theo.
Yeah, I think obviously the AI is kind of a special topic. I mean, I'm actually hosting at the European Financial Management Association meetings in Norway next next June, a session where 3 people will talk about AI and asset management. What can you essentially can you use AI to improve returns in asset management? And here, an interesting question, of course, here is that should AI be used, for example, to make better predictions about undervaluation? Essentially, we're talking here about we're going to buy back stock after they announce and after they have high ESG ratings, but we should look at either real motivations for undervaluation. Are they really driven by fundamentals? And the nice thing about AI, it allows you to incorporate a lot of variables, and to that extent, it may be useful in actually in producing AI in this study by adding more information about that that makes it more likely that the stock would be undervalued at time zero. But that's a completely different research, right?
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Prof. Theo. I think because the time is very limited to us. So, say thank you, Prof. Theo. We are very proud and glad you joined with us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can next to the next session. For the those who have just joined, a quick reminder, the keynote will run about 30 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of live Q&A. Now,
Right, so
it's my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Wahyu Jatmiko from the University of Southampton, United Kingdom. Dr. Wahyu, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Wahyu. Maybe you can. Are you ready to start your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
When you're ready, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay, if you're ready, you can share your screen and you have 30 minutes to the presentation.
All right. Okay. So, right. Let me prepare my slide over here. Right. Okay. Good afternoon in Indonesia. Thank you very much for having me here in this the 5th International Conference on Economic, Business and Social Science. I followed a little bit from Professor Theo regarding the ESG. My topic is a bit different. This is about Islamic banking, Islamic finance. Can you see my screen already? Sorry, I need to check office. Yeah?
Yeah,
right.
we can see your slide.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, yes. So, the topic of my presentation today is about the Sharia governance and systemic risk. And I'll see it through the lens of the institutional theory, organizational theory, combining with, of course, finance theory. So, 2 things in my presentation is going to be, first one is I would like to explain how Islamic banks actually respond to their institutional complexity because due to the fact that they are actually the hybrid organization where competing logics are there, not only from perspective of the market, but also from the perspective of the religious bit, right? And secondly, we move beyond that by actually talking about how's actually the impact of that response towards the systemic risk of the bank. This paper is a co-author paper with my colleagues in Exeter, Kent, and Surrey University in the UK. So it's still in development. So if at the end of the presentation you have comments, feedback or questions, I'm more than happy to discuss. So this is just pretty much the standard outline of mine from the introduction until the conclusion and contribution and implication of this study. So let me start from discussing the competing logics in Islamic banks. If you take a look at Islamic banks, this is like actually a classic example of the hybrid organization where pluralism of logics are pretty much high. Of course, when we are talking about ESG, climate finance, etc., there are also more than market logics over there, right? Community logics, state logics, etc. The thing also there for Islamic banks, because you have, of course, market logics, but on the other hand, you have the religious logics, right? And literature has been examining how actually those hybrid organizations actually respond towards this plurality of the logics, because this plurality of the logics will shape their identity as well as their decision-making process, right? So the conflict in Islamic banks itself can be divided, of course, as literature suggests, into two. The first one is the conflict within goal. This is very, very important. Of course, when we take a look of Islamic banks, right, you have this like what we call the Maqasid Sharia, which is the hierarchical objective of Islamic law or Islamic finance, right? But of course, this is a commercial bank. Commercial bank has the shareholders' wealth logic over there. You need to improve your, of course, market valuation, etc. So the conflict is actually there. But if we take a look at the current practice of Islamic banks, the conflict mainly reduced to means rather than goal. They tend to agree that the goal is still to deliver profit, shareholders' wealth to the shareholders, of course, but they want to do that within the context of Islamic law. The main prohibition there is, of course, that they are trying to avoid is riba and gharar. Riba as a interest-based transaction. Gharar is the excessive risk-taking behavior, right? So that's why we see a lot of similarities between Islamic banks and conventional banks in the practice, right? But we also have some distinctions, right, between the two. Mainly also in the contracts that they used, as well as the structure of the organization, right? So this is just to make it, a bit more focused. In this presentation, in this paper, we focus on two logics, which is market and religious. Some other papers, include some other logics as well, including state, etc. But in this case, we focus on these logics. Of course, market logics in terms of the core value, they're talking about the value-free and perfect competition things, right? But religious logics over there, especially coming from Islamic logics, you have this equity and justice as a core value, right? But my focus is going to be in the internal representation, actually, of this market and religious logic within Islamic banks. Of course, the one that represents the market logic in conventional banks is board of director, agency setting are there. Board of director is there to actually representing the shareholders to maximize the shareholders' profit, etc. But there are religious logics over there also presented by what we call the Sharia Supervisory Board, right? So this is a separate, integral board in Islamic banks mostly. But of course, I need to acknowledge also in some other jurisdictions, like in Germany, for instance, the Sharia Supervisory Board is not called Sharia Supervisory Board because the regulation doesn't permit that, right? You will find we call it the ethic board over there that oversee also these religious things, right? It's an external thing in Germany, but the influence towards the decision-making process of the Islamic banks is still huge, right? But in most other countries, including in Indonesia, even in the UK, Sharia Supervisory Board is actually embedded in the organization of the Islamic banks itself, even though they have different regimes. In Indonesia, you have this, centralized one, the Dewan Syariah Nasional, right? And then you have also the meso level one in the organization, which is the DPS, right? DPS, the SSB board in the meso level, right? Dewan Penasihat Syariah, if it's in Indonesia, right? That is actually the representation of the religious logics within the organization, right? But you also have lately, starting in 2020 or so, increasingly, you have this external Sharia audit, right? Where they are actually not, of course, by definition, not internal, but the impact is quite, high towards, improving the religious logics in Islamic banks itself, right? So how then organization usually navigate to the different logics that we have here? Of course, different literature already trying to see that. Greenwood et al., for instance, 2011, say there are four ways of organization, responses of organization, from compartmentalization, decoupling, hybridization, and prioritization. How they do that, Oliver and Panchen Santos also already examined it a lot, saying that from the acquisitions until the manipulations are there. Within the Greenwood framework, we will think that Islamic banking is doing the hybridization, which is they have this selective blending of logics into new practice and structures, right? Hence, you have different organizational structure. Hence, you have different, product, for instance, right? It's not, we will argue, compartmentalization, because in compartmentalization, yes, you have this different unit, Sharia unit, for instance, but in compartmentalization, usually the impact is very much limited towards the organization. But in Islamic banks, the impact is high, right? To the extent that Islamic banks cannot issue new, for instance, product without the approval from the Sharia Supervisory Board. So I would argue that the impact is high, right? So how they do that in terms of Oliver and Panchen Santos, we will argue that because there are two representations within the same organization, and they seem to have balanced logics, right, between market and religious. So they have this compromise, which is the partially confirming all demand, right? Not the whole thing, but they are compromising here and there, right? But that can be different when the logics becomes uneven. For instance, as we can see later, if the market logics dominates, the religious logics will try to find a way to actually increase the representation again in the Islamic banks, right? So we call it manipulation, right? So let's see how this works in Islamic banks. This is the phenomenon that we observe. The first one is, of course, the Sharia Supervisory Board. This is an attempt to compromise market with religious logics, right? So you have that internal representation of religious logics. You have the SSB influence the product development through halal certification, for instance, right? But market remains dominant, we will argue, right? Some, previous studies talk about that, but logically speaking, you have this BOD who hires SSB members, right? So you have that, non-independency over there already. And then you also have that, and this is our main point, is BOD dominates the banking and finance jurisdictions in the terminology of Abbott 1988. This jurisdiction is important, right? Because SSB, of course, they have the Sharia jurisdiction. They come from Islamic studies background. They have a lot of tools that they can use in terms of delivering the fiqh-based decision-making process. But at the end of the day, as I mentioned before, Islamic banks still commercial banks, right? Banking and finance knowledge, technicality is very important, hence jurisdiction, right? So that's why you see mainly, maybe not in Indonesia, but in the UK, in Middle East, in Malaysia, you have this practice of tawarruk or Islamic monetization as IB's main products, despite a lot of criticism towards this contract. Why it is there? Because it can appeal the banking and finance logics, the market logics. They are easy, they can compete with conventional banks loans, they can compete with almost everything, right? If you take a look at the contract, for instance, Murabaha requires you to have a buy and sell over there, right? Ijaro, again, asset centrality is there. If it's tawarruk, easy, khalas, one transaction done, right? One click done, 5 minutes, right? There's no need of underlying transaction, etc. So this appeals so much on market logics, but religious logics should not actually approve this bit, right? Okay, so this is the Sharia Supervisory Board story. The second story is about the external Sharia audit process, or ESA, right? We will argue that this is an attempt of manipulation to strengthen the religious logics. Why? Because, as I mentioned before, what happened with the religious logics, why they were lag behind of the market logics, is because they don't have this banking and finance jurisdiction, even though they are very good in terms of Sharia jurisdiction, right? What happened is that Islamic banks starting to incorporate the ESA, right? Because ESA has this procedural benchmark and actually can strengthen their professional logics over there, right? Why? Because if you take a look the expertise behind this ESA, mainly like a 2/3 of them, as in the Bahrain provider, coming from finance accounting background. Of course, 1/3 coming from the Sharia background. So it's completely different with SSB, where almost 100% coming from Sharia background, right? So you have this ESA actually trying to help the SSB to ensure that the market religious logic is actually in line with market logics, right? So again, you fill the banking and finance jurisdiction gaps. That is the second story. The final story of ours is SSB network. SSB network, we will argue this is also the way religious logics trying to have place more representation more in Islamic banking. How they do that? They make elite networks. There are a very big theory in the corporate finance, the elite corporate theory. So you can think this a little bit similar with that. So what happened is that the Sharia scholars not only sit on one Islamic banks, but they sit on different Islamic banks, right? So they have benefits from many things: shared knowledge, shared experience, shared information, etc. Right? This is to the extent that some studies says 10 Sharia scholars globally hold 1/3 of the SSB seats globally. Right? Of course, I understand in some jurisdictions, like in Indonesia, for instance, they now have regulation to reduce, to actually have a maximum cross memberships, right? But in some other jurisdiction and most jurisdictions beyond Indonesia, these things, this governance mechanism is not there, right? So in a way, to some extent, it might be good. Why? Because of the shared knowledge, experience, etc. It tries to actually strengthen the religious logics. But we'll see later on. Our empirical studies suggest that the excessive SSB network is not going to be good for Islamic banking as well. Right? So just to be clear, we're not the first study that try to explain the IB's response towards institutional complexity. Boone and Ozan in organization science, for instance, they also talk about this since 2016, saying that IBs avoid hybridization, which is hiring conventional bankers. But so it's very interesting study. So IB wants to hire like a Sharia banking graduates, for instance. But when they say that the gap is still there between the skill of Sharia Islamic banks graduates, Islamic finance, Islamic economics graduates, with the competitors, right? So they strategically compromise by actually hiring the conventional bankers, right? Boone and Ozan 2020, for instance, also talk about this one in a higher, country level scheme, saying that the adaptation of Islamic windows, right? Islamic banking windows is, or they call it the diffusion, actually depend on efficiency and the demand of the market as well. So it's not really pure about the ideology. Yan, for instance, 2020 in the organization science also talk about in this case, not Islamic banks, but Islamic investment funds, right? They tried that the diversity matters. Diversity between Sunni, Shi'i, and other, strand in Islam matters in shaping the entrepreneurial supply. So the interesting part is that the diversity good for supply, but not really good for demand. So the demand decrease where diversity is high, right? But the supplier tried to supply it for the whole, diverse, for instance, Sunni, Shi'i, etc., or in Indonesia, for instance, Muhammadiyah, NU and others, for instance, right? They try to supply them, but in terms of the demand, somehow aggregate demand lowers because of that. And this is very interesting as well. Gumusai, for instance, they lately in 2025, they say that there's a committed actors in Germany, first Islamic bank in 2015, that navigate the overlapping religious logics. This is religious versus state logics, because state logics in Germany is they are not used to with the logics of religious, particularly from Islamic religious. So what happened is that the IB tried to use 4 pathways, the compromise pathway of compromise, by explaining, convincing, conceding, and suspending, right? So those things are there already. How Islamic banks actually react on the institutional complexity, right? But we try to contribute on a particular thing. The studies that see the impact of those different strategies on the performance of Islamic banks are still very rare, right? Almandos, for instance, has have begun this one in 2012 and 2014, but not with Islamic banks, right? They use these local banks, so their logics that they're trying to see is actually the finance and community logics rather than financial and religious logics.
Hello, Dr. Wayu. Maybe your connection lost.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Doctor.
Can you hear me? Sorry
Yeah.
about this.
You can continue your presentation.
Sorry, maybe. Right. Okay, thank you. So I hope you catch my last slide. This is quite important thing, which is the gap of it. So I was saying that our concern is not only about the response of the Islamic banks, but also the impact of that response, right? I mentioned about Almandos, who already talked about this one, but only in the local banks. So the logics that is competing there is finance and community logics instead of finance and religious logics. But you have Boon, probably this is the closest to ours. They said that hybrid teams in IBs perform best when pragmatic expertise, which is a combination of Islamic and conventional banks, actually subordinated to the legitimate authority, meaning that to the Islamic bankers. So if you have this leadership coming from Islamic bankers, and then your team is actually consists of Islamic and actually just conventional bankers that perform best in Boon setting, right? But the performance of Boon is mainly measured by branch level employee growth, right? We go beyond that, right? We probably the first one to examine the IB's institutional response first in terms of their Sharia governance mechanism, which is SSB, ISA, and of course the Sharia network. And then we also evaluate how this governance response actually impact the organizational systemic stability, right? So our research question is that how this IB strategic institution response actually impact systemic risk. By strategic institutional response, I mean Sharia Supervisory Board, excuse me, external Sharia audits, and SSB Audits network, right? So why systemic risk? Unlike performance, ROE, net profit, etc., or even like an individual risk, these particular risks are important for both logics, right? Market logics, it is very important, the market price systemic exposure. And for religious logics, it's also very important because by definition, systemic risk is, impacting society as well. And Maqasid Sharia tried to preserve not only finance or wealth, right, but life, intellect, lineage, and also faith, right? So in that way, this is two things that all of the logics are actually care of, right? So our first hypothesis is that we will argue that the presence of Sharia Supervisory Board is associated with higher systemic risk in Islamic banks. We rationalize that by using Abbott's theory, right, about the jurisdictional theory of profession. I mentioned it before that SSB represents religious logics, and they have high authority in terms of Sharia jurisdiction, but in terms of the financial jurisdiction, their expertise, their knowledge are, in general, relatively speaking, lag behind. But the issue is that because Islamic banks is still commercial banks, the market logic still dominates there. So Islamic logics needs to actually get along with the market logics over there. So if the SSB of federal jurisdiction weakens, right, it lower the internal representation, resulting in symbolic oversights, and hence there's mimicry in the product development and here and there. So it explains why you have that tawaruk over there in Islamic banks. So this lack of proper governance and risk management will eventually, we will argue, lower the higher, increase the systemic risk. That is our first story. The second theory is about the external Sharia audit. We will argue that it will lower, or it has a lower associated with lower systemic risk, right? Again, using professional jurisdiction. I mentioned before, ISA able to actually introduce independent professional authority, right, that recognize the technical competence. So it repair the religious logic gap. It's fill the religious logic gap in fulfilling the jurisdiction, finance and banking jurisdiction, right? So it then enhance the governance and risk management, and hence lowering the IB systemic risk, right? Lastly is about the elite SSB networks. We argue that the relationship might not be as simple as positive or negative, because to some extent, at a moderate level, the elite concentration may be good in lowering the systemic risk, but in an excessive concentration, it might be a problem. Why moderate level is good? Because it is a way of like a jurisdictional consolidation, right? So you have different SSB that can talk each other, share their experience, they can bring their experience from other SSB board to their board, right? And it reduces, it reduces their gaps, right? Their knowledge gaps, etc. Hence, reducing systemic risk, right? But excessive concentration leads to jurisdictional capture, right? How? Because then you as SSB members, you are busy with attending this and that. You have not only, of course, this is on top of your other obligation. Usually you are probably a preacher. You usually also sit on different other board. And by the way, in Indonesia, the one that is restricted is sitting on different board in Islamic banks. But you can also sit on different institutional non-Islamic bank, for instance, right? You have in Indonesia many things Islamic, right? Islamic, what you call it, hospital, for instance, right? You have it, right? And hence, it reduces also the diversity and innovation, right? Some studies suggest that it prevents new Sharia scholars to actually enter the market, quote unquote, right? So new thinking about the how to innovate in Islamic banks also reduce in that sense. So it might have implication towards your risk. Hence, it might also, not to mention the interconnected world between them, it might also increase the systemic risk overall. So that is our theoretical part. For our empirical strategy, we use 126 Islamic banks from 12 countries, including Indonesia over there, right? And our main dependent variable is systemic risk. We use the conditional value at risk by Adrian and Brunnermeier 2016, right? By using quartile regression to estimate that. But later on, we also estimate that with the DCC gauge for our business, estimate the delta COFAR. Our independent variables mainly is the Sharia governance. As I mentioned before, we talk about the SSB characteristic, like the size, financial education, and financial expertise. We talk about the external Sharia audit for our hepatitis 2 and SSB cross membership. You might be aware here that those independent variables data are not readily collected, right? There are no particular database that we can access to actually retrieve all of them. So we need to go through different sources, including, of course, the annual report and website of the banks, right, to retrieve the whole thing, right? So it's more on hand collected data collection strategy for the independent variables. And of course, we control different variables from bank level governance and characteristics and macroeconomic indicators, right? So here's the result. For the first one, the empirical results, we see that the SSB size is actually positively associated, or if not impacting, the systemic risk. Right, so it is consistent with our hypothesis that the higher the size of the SSB, actually, the higher the representation of the Sharia logics within the organization, that will increase the systemic risk of those organizations. In this case, is the Islamic banks, right? Why that happened? We might think that this one is because of the again the gap in the jurisdiction. Because when we try to see only with the SSB that it has financial education, good financial education, and SSB has financial expertise, they're negatively associated with the systemic risk. In the sense that if you are SSB and if you have SSB as an Islamic banks and your SSB has a very good expertise in terms of finance, has a good background, not only in Islamic studies, but they went to your university, for instance, so for doing, economics and business, right? Finance and accounting, etc. So they can reduce the systemic risk as opposed to increasing the systemic risk. Again, we argue this one is because they already fulfilled the gap of the jurisdiction, like banking and finance jurisdiction. And it is confirmed in a second hypothesis as well when we talk about the external Sharia audit, right? It's influenced the systemic risk negatively. Again, our argument is that when you disentangled the composition of this external Sharia audits, 2/3 of them mainly coming from the accounting and finance background rather than Sharia background. So you have a good diversity over there. That's my point. The third one is the SSB cross membership, right? So in terms of SSB cross membership, if you only account for a linear kind of relationship, you have this negative relationship between the cross membership and systemic risk. In the sense that if you have a SSB that not only sit on your IBs but also on different IBs, somehow it can reduce the systemic risk, right? So the mechanism of jurisdiction consolidation is observable in our results. But when we take into account the non-linearity, the potential of non-linearity of this is the caveat happened, right? So you have this SSB cross membership ratio, as previously it's a dummy, now its ratio is a negative, right? But when when we square it, it becomes positive. So you have U-shaped relationship between cross membership ratio and this systemic risk, right? Of course, we perform different types of robustness check in our paper, but I didn't include that in here. So, conclusion. So, first, in terms of SSB and jurisdictions, most SSB exhibit jurisdictional gaps. That's our conclusion between Sharia and financial jurisdiction. And a stronger financial jurisdiction of SSB member mitigates the systemic risk. So, we would expect that the diversity of the background of the Sharia Supervisory Board is important there. Secondly, about the external Sharia auditing, ESA fills the finance Sharia jurisdiction gaps and lower systemic risk. And SSB network centrality, first in the moderate level, they are good. They reduce the systemic risk. But in an excessive level, it becomes backfiring for the stability of system-wide stability of IBIS itself. So our study tries to contribute to different strand of literature, of course, mainly in competing institutional logics. This is institutional logic, but institutional theory, but more specifically in the institutional logics, and even more specifically on the competing institutional logics in hybrid organization. And we also try to engage with jurisdictional theory and also corporate elite theory, even so just a little bit. And we examine the IB's response to organizational complexity. We extend different studies that I have mentioned before. But most importantly, we did not terminate on the response. We also go towards the impact of that response towards the systemic risk, right? Some implications from our study. The first one, maybe we need to switch from the regime of, you need to have at least 3 members of Sharia boards to the quality kind of SSB framework, right? For instance, the diversity, right? Diversity in terms of the background. Not to mention, of course, for instance, diversity in terms of, gender, for instance, right? That's another, important story probably, right? Even if you take a look, the board of director in Islamic banks, it's only an exception rather than a rule to see a woman sit on that BOD, for instance. Not to mention, if you talk about the SSB, right? Yeah. Say again? Okay. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is diversity is important over there. So maybe we need to switch we need to go towards the fostering maqasid-oriented governance. Of course, fiqh is important, but again, what differentiate Islamic banks with conventional banks should be starting the differentiation should be start from the goal itself rather than only from the means. So the second one is regulatory bodies should also consider limiting the number of concurrent SSB membership to mitigate over centralization. The sweet spot maybe, I don't know, I can't say this one, but there may be, some rule that need to be done on this. Some countries like Indonesia already have done this one. Needs to be, it's maybe a good research, for Indonesian researchers to see whether this happens, the limitation of the number of concurrent SSB membership in Indonesia works well, for instance, right? And lastly is the external Sharia auditing. I think it should be incentivized. Not so many are now taking this one, but given that this is an important way to bridge the market and religious logics in Islamic banks, I would say at the very least it should be incentivized, if not mandated for Islamic banks. That's it from me. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here in front of you guys. Unfortunately, online. Hopefully, we'll see again next time in person. So, if you have any constructive comments, feedback, please. I'm welcome to all of them. Thank you.
Okay, we say thank you very much, and please give applause for the Dr. Wahyu Jatmiko for the presentation. Okay, terima kasih Pak Wahyu sebelumnya kami ucapkan sekali lagi. Selanjutnya, for the next we will jump to the Q&A session. Please to the audience for the give question. Okay, to Miss Duyani. You can ask your question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Okay, for Dr. Wahyu, yeah. Okay. I have one question for you. Given your conclusion that the ESA and the financial enterprise of SSB members are highly effective in reducing systematic risk. Do you think that university curricula, particularly in Islamic economics, can adequately equip students with this jurisdictional balance? What is your opinion about that? And or will we see more conventional bankers migrating to study Sharia in the future than religious scholars studying financial technicalities? What is your opinion, Doctor? Thank you.
Yeah, this is really a good question, and I'm happy to take a very good questions because I didn't know that the audience really listened to my presentation. I did it well. So the first question regarding the jurisdictional gap, and so one question is whether university can actually fulfill the duties to also bridging the gap or jurisdictional gap, and I would say yes, completely. So especially like the university in Indonesia, right? And it's also good. Why? Because to be honest with you, how many Islamic finance institutions there are in Indonesia, for instance, and how many study programs of Islamic banking and finance in Indonesia? So I would say if you, the one who is doing Islamic finance and banking and education and Islamic finance and banking, not instilling, banking and finance jurisdiction to your graduates won't be compete with the conventional one, right? Given that the demand of the graduates from Islamic banking and finance is actually limited. We need to be frank here, right? Is limited. It's growing, but as compared to conventional banking, for instance, is quite limited. So when you put a more jurisdiction and knowledge abstraction to your your students, of course, through the curriculums, right, emphasizing more on maqasid, kind of Sharia based development rather than fiqh based development. I think this is where you can then compete to the or with the competitors, right? So yes, the short answer is yes. You have need to do that. But on the other equation, I would say that maybe we also need to think about this SSB as an institution, right? Again, rather than just limiting it as this is only for Sharia background, why not try to open it? Or some might suggest that the SSB needs to take like a training in terms of like finance, accounting, and economics, for instance, or banking training. In order to be a good SSB, for instance, right? So that kind of thing, I think, can be discussed, right? And can be seen whether it is beneficial to be implemented. I hope that answered the question. What was the other question? Sorry.
Okay, that's very satisfy my question, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and answer. Okay, because the time is over, and terima kasih banyak Pak Wahyu karena telah bergabung bersama kita. Semoga senantiasa sehat-sehat.
Terima kasih.
Ya, siap.
Ya.
Okay. Ya, terima kasih. Bye-bye Pak Wahyu. Terima kasih lagi
siap.
Ya.
Siap.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to say thank you buat the keynote speaker, Prof. Theo Vermalen and Dr. Wahyu Jatmiko, for sharing your valuable insight with us today and contributing to our conference theme. Thank you as well to all participants for joining online and engaging in the discussion. And I will give the next agenda to the mastering ceremony. For me, Gali Ramadan Febrianto, thank you.
Okay, to all the participant and the presenter, untuk pengumuman best paper akan diumumkan 3 hari lagi. Diinformasikan untuk best paper dan presenter akan diumumkan di grup maksimal H+3. Sertifikat presenter pada 10 Februari dan proceeding akan didiskusikan pada 20 Maret. Terima kasih to all your participant presenters. Saya Arista Fauzi Kartikasari menutup International Conference pada hari ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.